listening wie sendo euch Polish nu wel.
Getting around by bus can be a leisurely activity whether you want it to be or not. Bus.
Me and Momar at the same time. Got it.
Earl Gallagher is a man who's used to dealing with facts and backing them up. But he's
We'll find out which stories were inspired by actual events and which are fabrications on Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction.
I can't believe you did that!
I'm gonna take her for a little spin. I'll be right back.
How about the flower that caught a murderer?
How about tomorrow you and I go down to the pound and get ourselves another dog?
I don't.
And how about the young woman who was able to see the foreshadowing of doom on her VCR? Let's take And what about the misfortune that befell Talbot? Was it...
Okay, there we go.
About the nurse.
There was no sign of her.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for filling while I desperately get everything on track. This morning I was a bit angry and I made a mistake. I went ahead and made myself a nice scalding cup of tea, poured it out, and then immediately tried to drink it. Don't do that. Don't. Yeah, like, it's taken all day for my mouth to kind of like come, you know, recover from being sandpaper. But I think we're good. Okay, let me just close that. Close that. Yeah, okay, we're good. Oh no, I forgot to post on social media. Hey, Sonneveld. Yes, you're right, that is a very, very applicable emote. Oh, okay, desktop time. Hey, hi, how's it going? My name is Scott. This is a stream all about fixing things. More specifically, it is a stream about fixing ScummVM, which is an engine for playing older games on newer systems, not the other way around. That would be absurd. And more specifically, it's about fixing Macromedia Director. God love it. Everyone loves Macromedia Director. They also love how impossible it is to play on newer systems, which is what we're here for. Okay. So we will eventually get back into Cracking the Conspiracy, which is the game we've been looking at the past few days. We ended up getting kind of like... We blew up an entrance to a mine shaft, and then we kind of got stuck at like some kind of door wiring puzzle at the end of the haunted mine shaft. But before we do that, we figured that we might do another nice and, well, I say nice and easy, children's not adventure game, just a children's game. And this one, I don't know, I watch a lot of retro streamers, and I've developed now just kind of like, it's just kind of like a small pain at the back of my head every time I look at something, and then I realize that's probably Director, isn't it? Oh, it's Director and it's not on the list. And that pain in the back of my head happened when I was watching Retro Pals the other week, and I think this was Obscuratory that brought this one up, which is a new one that I don't think was on our list, but I'm keen to see how it works. It is called, wait, is it Director 4 or Director 5? It must be Director 5. Professor Finkel's Timetable Factory. And if I've set this up right, you can tell it's going to be special because it has like, what do you call it? It has a nag screen. Like some games give you like a nag screen if you're not running in the correct color depth. This has 2 nag screens, which is and you'll see why this prospect alone has kind of got me intrigued. In just a second, I just got to start up ScummVM Finkel times, debug flags, lingo strict, debug level 5. So I've built this now just in the default behavior where it'll try and use the 8-bit graphics driver. So we'll just start this up. Hopefully, as usual, let me know if audio is too quiet and needs boosting. But we'll just start this up. Okay. Firstly, it's whinging about file not found, but I think that's just yeah, okay. Something to do with the installing, which we'll have to look at later, but...
Your computer's in 8-bit graphic mode. This program was designed to run in 16-bit graphic mode. If you don't put it in 16, you're gonna have a lot of bits that you don't know what to do with. So I guess you'd change our graphic mode to 16-bit and restart the program. If you don't, everything will look yucky. You need a lot of them there bits. My horse has got one, you know.
Yeah, the horse has got one. And yeah, as it says here, if your computer is in 8-bit graphic mode, if you don't, everything will look yucky. So let's stop and change this. Oh, there's like a little freeze frame, like a jump scare freeze frame at the end. Anyway, okay, so I thought, all right, that's fine. Let's go ahead and fix the detection table entry. That's very easy. We can go to Finkel times and just turn on 32-bit mode. Like, what could be easier? Like, 32 bits is great, right? Like, you know, you want like full graphical fidelity. Oh wait, even better if I like type it in properly. Oh, because I didn't delete that. Yeah, okay, fine. There we go. So it should be all fixed now. We're in 32-bit mode. I'll just quit, run again.
While your computers...
Wait. Oh, wait. No, hang on. We want to hear the audio. Try that again. It's like a different frame of the exasperated cowboy. Because we're in too high bits. Okay, so start this.
While your computer's in a graphic mode greater than 16-bit, this might cause your computer to be sluggish while you're running the program. So you better restart your computer in 16-bit graphic mode or you'll be going as slow as my old horse.
Not as slow as your old horse. Okay, well... Okay, and that must be... That frame there must be the one that we saw when we quit. Oh, Sev says you may just consider taking... director support. Oh, okay. There's like a PR for it, is there? Is that the one that C. Corley 2011 was pushing? Yeah, like that's. I assume though that was more because of to run on devices which have 16-bit frame buffers as opposed to changing the rendering internally to be 16-bit, though I don't know, my memory of that is hazy, but yeah, like I mean, I don't know, my personal feeling is that like it's fine if the output surface is 16-bit or whatever happens, but like adding another rendering pathway inside which is also 16-bit alongside the 32-bit one for like just basic compositing, prefer not to do that if we don't have to. That sounds like a lot of work and maybe might cause issues, but anyway, easy way is just to do exactly what we do for Virtual Nightclub, which is lie and run it in 32-bit mode, but then tell the engine to report that it's 32-bit mode. Oh, Sev says yes, he just killed 32-bit, and I wanted to keep both. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it seems... It's complicated. It's a complicated thing to... And I mean, like, honestly, like... Another limiting factor I feel that is that... Director's kind of slow in x86, or at least the Director engine, just because of the way that like our rendering engine is quite not optimized. So if the plan is we need 16-bit output mode to run on handhelds, I don't think that's going to work very well. I think that we're going to struggle there because we're not. Yeah, I don't know. That's just a gut feeling though. I could be wrong. So we'll see how far we get. Like, it did seem like there was some kind of weird file which was added by the installer, which I think is the source of these errors at the start, which we might have to sort out. Like there is an exe on the CD, but it seems like you're meant to use the setup file because like you can see here in it's trying to read finkel.ini, which is provided by the installer, not the CD. Yeah, and then it immediately crashes. What's that all about? Member 4 of castlib 2 has no property drop shadow. That's interesting. Cast 4. Cast 4 is text. Interesting. Is that like a feature of D5 that we don't have wired up yet? I thought I got all of those. Give me the book. Okay, there's like, oh, here we go. The drop shadow of member. This field cast member property determines the size of the cast field member's drop shadow. Okay, so it's literally a actually, what does it say in the drop shadows of field cast member? Oh no, okay, it's a field cast member thing. So yeah, 18 and 42. Yeah, okay, they're both the field cast members. Okay, well we have the box drop shadow. And we have the drop shadow. I just haven't wired it up to the text cast member yet. That's okay, we can do that. Okay, so we'll just stub this out. Hey Arvenla. Oh yeah, Arvenla says, I heard you did German games 1 or 2 weeks ago. We did TKKG, the first one, a couple of weeks ago. And good God, that is the most times I've been copyright struck by like any source. Definitely I don't think I could do any more on stream. Like, I don't know which entity owns the rights to like the background music used for like various TKKG products, but they basically, it's like the Beatles. They just hell ban you if you try and use it. So yeah, I had to like run it through the auto scrubber like 8 times to get rid of all of those. So yeah. So word of warning, not only is TKKG you know, something of a institution, it is also very, very heavily set to trigger up copyright strikes. No. Arven asked the destruction trees. No, this was on YouTube. So Twitch did not pick it up. YouTube did, and they and like it wasn't even like a monetized type pickup. It was basically like you will never, like, you can't see any of the video if you have any TKKG audio in your stream, which I found strange. Okay. So let's see if we can get across that little problem. Here we go.
Sing and Learn Software presents Professor Finkel's Times Table Factory. Oh, there you are. Oh, good. I've been looking all over for you. I'm Professor Finkel.
Maybe this was a mistake.
This is my times table factory. Together we have a lot of work to do. Oh, I was afraid of that. You see,
Sev asks, should you run in Lingo Strict mode? I think we've got it. We are running in Lingo Strict mode. Get flags. Help. What is it? Debug flag list. Lingo Strict, yeah, it's enabled.
Just falls apart. Oh, won't you turn it on so we can hurry and get the poor thing back together again? Come on. The only way for you to save my factory is to learn your times tables. You can do it. I know because I, Professor Finkel, will help you learn. It's easy. Come on. If you put your name in, we can get on with the fun stuff.
Okay, so here we go. This is the, I guess another file, which I guess is installed by for the installer. Samatha says, isn't there an exception to this copyright stuff for people that do just free advertising by streaming games and discussing movies and music albums? I believe there's like a fair use argument for critique, but you basic, I don't know, like, it's not worth like going through the whole, you know, back and forth takedown request thing for, I don't know, what is ultimately a few minutes of background music in a game. I don't care that much about having the VOD ready, if, you know. Seth says, you see how the video perfectly blends in the background. It would look ugly on 32 BPP. I mean, we are in 32 BPP. I mean, do you not think it looks beautiful? Okay, so...
Press Enter or click OK when you put your name in.
Okay.
Press Enter or click OK when you put your name in.
Okay, so if I...
Hey, I just gotta tell you thanks for coming back. We're ready to go to work now.
Okay.
Oh, click here and let me teach you how to multiply. Hey, there's some fun games if you click right here.
Alright, I think we need to learn how to multiply.
You have two outstanding choices here. You can watch a video that will teach you how to multiply, or you can practice multiplying all by yourself.
Hey Funky Mr. Chicken. Funky says, I went through the whole process for the use of music in a quiz as it was my first ever stream. Oh, so much faff. Yeah, like it's just...
You have two... Click here to see the
Okay,
video.
I think we unfortunately, I think we gotta learn. We just don't have anything to go on here apart from this picture.
So, you've come to learn how to multiply, have you? Good. Well, what is all this multiplying stuff, anywho? Well, really, it's very easy to learn. Has anyone ever told you that? Well, it's true. It's easy to learn. I mean, you've already learned how to do addition, haven't you? Of course you have. Well, multiplication is just
It's
The
a
background sound
way of
effects are
doing
just
addition.
really distracting.
I'll show you. I have some beans around here somewhere, and maybe it's down here. Let's see. Beans. Where are those?
Oh, down behind the pipes, which is definitely not just a postage stamp size frame on the screen. It's some pipes that are blocking you, is
Oh,
it?
good.
Oh, there you are. Okay,
I
from
thought
behind the
that maybe
pipes.
someone threw them out the window, you know, to try that old Jack in the Beanstalk thing, but then I remembered that that's some other software. Yes. Where was I? Oh, yes. Addition. Now, let's talk about addition, because you already know how to do that. Now, if someone said, let's add 2 plus 2, and you were going to use my beans here, in your example, you would probably take 2 beans and put 2 beans next to them, and then count the beans. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, there you go, little pilgrim.
Here we
2
go.
plus 2 equals 4. But you already knew that, didn't you? Because you've already learned the rules of addition. Right, little buckaroo?
Now,
Just really making the kids who are kind of
how
not
easy
up on their
multiplication-
audition just feel
Who was
terrible
that
at this
fellow
point.
Anyway. Well, never mind. I'm going to show you how easy multiplication is once you've learned the rules. It's very simple.
11.5. Write that down.
We all know that, and we know how to do it. Now we're going to learn what 2 times 2 is and how to do that. The plus sign in addition means to add. Now, you've all seen that before. But have you seen the sign for multiplication? The sign for multiplication, go ahead. That's good. The sign for multiplication looks like an X, and it means to times one number by another, or to multiply one number by another. So, for example, if you were to see this,
You haven't explained what any of that means.
times 2, you would know that that means to times 3 by 2, or to multiply 3.
You haven't explained what timesing or multiplying is. You just keep saying it.
An easy way to learn how to multiply is to think about cups and beans. Now,
Cups and beans.
let's
Okay.
pretend that the first number is going to be the number of cups that we have. So, in our times question of what is 3 times 2, the number of cups we will have is 3. Remember, the first number is the number of cups that we have. Now,
Right,
let's
okay,
look at the
number of
second
cups.
number, the one after the times by sign. In our question of what is 3 times 2, the number after the times by sign is 2. So, we want to put 2 beans in each of our cups. Now all we have to do is count our beans, and we'll know the answer to our question. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's right. That's exactly right. That's the answer to the question, what is 3 times 2? Wasn't that easy? Oh, yes, multiplication is easy and wonderful. Oh, let's do another.
Let's not. Let's.
Now,
Okay.
4 times 3 equals is the same thing as saying, what is 4 times 3? Now, the first number is how many cups we need. You can see that the first number is 4. That means we need 4 cups. 1, 2, 3, 4. The second number is 3. That means we need to put 3 beans in each of the 4 cups. 1, 2, 3. Now all we have to do is count the beans. 1, 2.
Okay, we're done.
You have 2 outs. Click here to practice multiply.
So what do we got?
Now at learning about 1, now I understand how easy it is done.
Hey, there's some fun.
Puzzles and games,
Click on one of
please.
the cute little buttons to pick a game to play.
Okay, I think we're gonna have to go through each of these. So
Have
let's.
you heard any good jokes lately?
What do you say, chat? Have we heard any good jokes lately? Are we about to get the first good joke at the stream? Oh no, the joke list couldn't be opened. Oh no, I guess maybe we can't. Oh yeah, there's like a whole bunch of lists that can't be opened. Funky says, as one of the 7 gays who can actually do maths, this is actually making it more confusing. I have to say, I like the loading music. They've obviously like planned for you know, loading off the CD on pretty slow hardware, but
In this game, you must answer a times table question to hear the second half of the joke. What do cannibals call a shipwreck?
4 times 9 equals...
okay. Let's go 30. Wait a second. No, doing 4 cups with 9 beans in each cup. It's gonna be 36.
36.
You got it. What do cannibals call a shipwreck? Lunch. How do you spell mousetrap in 3 letters?
6 times 7 equals...
What if I screw this up?
That is not the right answer. 6 times 7 equals 42.
What did the football coach say when he learned his piggy bank was stolen?
8 times 8 equals...
Okay, 8 cups with 8 beans in them, which is 64. I said 64.
64.
You got it. What did the football coach say when he learned his piggy bank was stolen? He said, I want my quarter back. What would you get if you crossed a hillbilly with Santa Claus?
6 times 3 equals...
Do we want to hear the end of this one? Can we maybe let's pick another game.
Click on one of the cute little buttons to pick a game to play.
All right. Well, you know, given that it's Pride Month, let's check out the drag game.
Here's a game for you. Pick how fast you want the computer to be.
Ooh, okay. This could be interesting given that we are running on 2025 hardware. I'm gonna say, let's go fast.
Drag the answer to the right question.
Oh god. All right. Drag the answer to the right question. Okay, so.
1. Correct.
Oh, okay. So this is basically just counting.
Correct. 14.
Wait, 14 is a red
2.
herring.
Correct. 3. Correct. 5. Correct. 9. Correct. 11. Correct. 8. Correct. 6. Correct. 7. Correct. 4. Correct. 12. Correct. That is correct.
Looking back now and learning about 1, now I understand how easy it is done. Any number times by 1 will stay the same. 1 times 2 is 2, and 1 times 3 is 3. Now you understand just how easy it can be. Any number times by 1 will stay the same. 1 times any number you can find will be that number every single time. 1 times anything is still that thing. It's easy to times by 1.
I appreciate the guitar solo.
1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 2 is 2. 1 times 3 is 3. 1 times 4 is 4. 1 times 5 is 5. 1 times 6 is 6. 1 times 7 is 7. 1 times 8 is 8. 1 times 9 is 9. 1 times 10 is 10. 1 times 11 is 11. 1 times 12 is 12. 1 times any number you can find will be that number every single time. 1 times anything is still that thing. It's easy to times by 1. 1 times any number you can find will be that number every single time. 1
Do they have one of these songs for every single number?
Pick how fast you want the computer to be.
Okay, so I pick fast again.
Drag the answer.
Oh, here we
to
go.
the
We get to hear
right
the
question.
5 times table one. So.
50. Correct. 15. Correct. 25. Correct. 5. Correct. 20. 35. 45. Correct. 20. Correct. 55. Correct. 40. Correct. 30. Correct. 60. Correct. 10. Correct. That is correct.
Once you thought it was hard to do, but then you had yourself a sudden breakthrough. It ends in 0 or it ends in a 5. You got excited and you knew you'd arrived. The answer always has to end up that way. A 5 or a 0 makes it easy to say. You've got stars in your eyes. I see you're happy cause you're doing your 5s. You've got stars in your eyes. A crazy smile and you're feeling alive. When the light clicks inside
Yeah, that's me.
mind,
Crazy smile and feeling alive right about now.
Just because you took the time that it takes to learn your 5s won't be such a headache. You're feeling good because you know what to do. You memorize them, I'm so happy for you. You've got stars in your eyes. I see you're happy because you're doing your 5s. You've got stars in your eyes. A crazy smile and you're feeling alive. 5 times 1 is 5. 5 times 2 is 10. 5...
Alright.
Click on one of the cute little buttons to pick a game to play.
I'd say the most disappointing aspect of that is that, like...
If you can drag the right answers, I won't have to make you walk the plank.
Where was this guy? Where was the pirate? Where was the campy pirate? There was none of that in that game. It was we got a cool song at the end, admittedly, but there was no pirate. Okay, let's beat the computer.
Can you beat the computer?
Oh, here we go. Another I'm wondering what these text files are. Maybe they're just kind of like meant to be placeholders for like high score tables.
Pick the level that you would like to practice.
Okay, let's just do random.
Pick how fast you want the computer to be, and then see if you can enter the answer before the computer does.
I wonder if this flashing is what they were going for, but...
8 times 9 equals... 72.
Oh, wait,
6 times 9 equals... 54. 6 times 12 equals... 72.
Dang it.
12 times 11 equals...
Fine.
132. 12 times 6 equals... 72.
Oh, dang it. Okay,
9
no.
times 8 equals... Correct. 6 times 7 equals... Correct. 9 times 9 equals... Correct. 9 times 7 equals...
Come on.
63.
I had that.
4 times 9 equals... Correct. 4 times 12 equals... Correct. 12 times 8 equals...
No, what am I thinking?
96. 7 times 8 equals... Correct. 12 times 7 equals... 84.
Come on.
6 times 8 equals... Correct. 8 times 12 equals... 96. 12 times 12 equals... Correct. 3 times 12 equals... Correct. 7 times 9 equals... 63. 11 times 12 equals... Correct. 11 times 11 equals...
No, I didn't type that.
121. 9 times 12 equals 108. 7 times 12 equals 84. 12 times 9 equals
Oh my god.
108.
And it crashed. Something says, like the rich text issues in other games, like Safecracker and Cracking the Conspiracy, that light blue looks familiar. I mean, like, the rich text, I think the rich text issues there are due to the fact that those, well, Cracking the Conspiracy at least, is high color. And rich text uses an alpha map, and like, currently the logic that we have for coloring the text assumes that it's 8-bit, so it just does an 8-bit fill rather than an alpha fill. Really, in 32-bit mode, we should just have a 32-bit surface, but I have not got around to doing that yet. Okay, well, we've smashed into a wall here with Professor Finkel, so we may as well look and see what went wrong. Okay, so we have a big list of correct and incorrect answers. God, like, how many seconds did it give you in fast mode? It was like 3. Like, I could barely kind of like react in time. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay, so they have like this time to answer list here. And then they try and convert it to floating point. I guess because they're trying to... Okay, that sounds like an interesting... an interesting piece of behavior, which we got to see how the original works. I think what it's expecting is that we run, when you call float on an array, it's meant to call float on every element of the array, and therefore it's like trying to normalize these weird things to floating point. So that's an example of like a fun undefined behavior edge case. Because yeah, it's like a mixture of like these ones where I screwed up and these ones where it was, you know, I succeeded within the time. Yeah, because you only get 3 seconds. How is that fair? What child is going to be able to like struggle with the, you know, syrupy controls and get those answers out in 3 seconds? Okay, so put float for 4.3, sure, 4.3, and then if we go like a list with 4.3, 5.8, or 5.6, timeout 3.0 secs. Huh. So it just ignores it. Okay, so that's kind of weird. Alright, so crashed at line 295. 295 is... it's trying to get at, so it's obviously expecting the same list to be returned back. Okay, and then it just adds it to it. But weirdly though, that would mean that the output it's expecting, because like look here, like it takes the thing from the list and then it will Oh, right, okay. It checks to see if it's equal to the text timeout, how long seconds, and then I think it uses it for a scoring thing. So okay, so realistically, the float. So actually, if I change this to like just the number 5, yeah, float. Okay, so float when applied to an array does nothing. That's the undefined behavior that we need to add. I'll just double check that's consistent with director 4. Message put float 3.4 3. Yeah, it just passes it through while doing nothing. We can... Is that the same for other objects or just for an arrays? Oh, okay. If it doesn't know what to do with it, it'll just pass it through, apparently. Okay. Sevas put float timeout 3.0 seconds. I'm pretty sure that will... That definitely does, like, tries to interpret it in some way. Oh, wait. No, it doesn't. Okay. Maybe... How do we do it? I thought that we had, like, a... What do our test cases have for that, then? Because there are certain cases where it will, okay, because like if you put in like like a floating point number, it'll figure it out. And if you put a floating point number followed by a string, that isn't allowed. If you put a floating point preceded by a string, that's not allowed. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, alright. So we just have... So bfloat will currently... Okay, float stir will return stir if it doesn't work. So I think what we would need to do, and we'll just check, float true. Okay, true is just the number 1. I don't think there's a... Yeah, we don't have a Boolean type, do we? So... Yeah, don't we have like a method of field to stir? No, not field to stir. Oh, D. Oh, okay. It's an object property. Okay. Thank you for reminding me, Sev. And I'll just add what I've got so I don't fall behind. Okay, so we can rebuild this. All right. Well, before we start this up again, I will probably try and run the installer. Yeah, just open it on the screen. Okay. Sorry, you can't see it, but it is definitely it's definitely copying those mystery text files, which I'm very keen to see what they are. It's also taken a glacial amount of time to copy some text files. Good lord. Oh no, it's unable to create a program group. How terrible. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. It's left this intriguing looking window here, which I guess this is from the age before, like, I don't know, installers got standardized, so it's its own weird installer app. Program files, sing and learn times. All right, here are okay. Thank God. So that's okay. We can stub this pretty easily. Because yeah, like it just expects all these text files to exist but empty. So the yeah, the easy approach would be just to add another quirk which pretends that those files are there. And we've got a list of them now. There was an INI file which I remember it whinging about. Did it actually try and install that? Whatever. We'll let's add in quirks for all of these files and figure that out. Okay, what were the other ones? It was... Yeah, okay, so... In this case, joke list doesn't actually mean the list of all the jokes in it. It means, I'm guessing, the list of jokes that it's already played to the child. Which, you know, it's a nice thing to keep track of. It means that they, because, yeah, you don't want to hear, like, the same stuff over and over again each time that you open Professor Finkel, which will absolutely be more than 2 times. Okay, so we'll just have a little comment saying... So let's see if that's sorted the errors. Or at least most of them. Okay, so the first thing it tries to search for is finkel.ini, which it cannot find. Did it actually install finkel.ini? It freaking didn't. It did not install finkel.ini. Why is it looking for it? Oh, okay, it's looking in the OS directory. But still, it should have been installed here. So yeah, I've got Fingal ICO, grid score, joke list, last play, learn store. Let's INI. Okay, well, I'm just gonna add in an empty file with finkel.ini in it and see if that makes it happy. But God, yeah, this game must have been real fragile. Okay, well, that did it. Oh, there's discussion in the chat about whether find piped into grep really works.
Sing and Learn Software presents Professor Finkel's Times Table Factory.
Okay. Well, we know what the professor's got to say.
If you put your name in, we can get on with the fun stuff. Press enter or click OK when you've put your name in.
Okay, let's try actually entering our name. Let's say that our name is... Oh, cool artifacts. I'm guessing that's due to the drop shadow not being,
Pleased to make your acquaintance, me hearty. Welcome aboard.
Well, learning to multiply is almost as fun as riding my horse. Well, even a professor likes to play these games.
Okay, let's
Click
check
on
out
one
more
of the
games.
cute little buttons to pick a game to play. Can you beat the computer?
Well, I think we gotta try beating the computer again.
Pick the level that you would like to practice. Pick how fast you want the computer to...
Of course we're gonna be fast.
11 times 11 equals... Correct. 6 times 9 equals...
No.
54. 7 times 12 equals... 84. 12 times 11 equals... Correct. 9 times 9 equals... Correct. 9 times 7 equals...
Freaking...
63. 11 times 12 equals... 132. 6 times 8 equals... Correct.
Come on, I pushed...
6 times 7 equals... Correct. 12 times 8 equals... 96. 12 times 6 equals...
Okay, this is 70.
72.
I typed in
12
72!
times 7 equals... Correct. 4 times 9 equals...
God, it loves times
4
9.
times 12
And
equals...
12.
Correct. 9 times 12 equals... 108. 6 times 12 equals... Correct. 8 times 12 equals...
Come on.
96.
I typed in 96.
7 times 9 equals... 63. 12 times 12 equals... Correct. 7 times 8 equals... Correct. 12 times 9 equals... 108. 8 times 9 equals... Correct. 3 times 12 equals... Correct. 9 times 8 equals... Correct.
This is not a smiley face I'm wearing.
God. Alright. What have we got here? We've got a bunch of weird looking rich text. Makes sense, we're in 32-bit mode. A lot of repeats, it felt like. And, oh, okay, they're like, they turn them around the other way. But yeah, like, when I picked random, I didn't think it would just be like, oh, entirely 12 or mixed in with 9 just to throw you off. But whatever, you know, C's get degrees. But yeah, I'm intrigued by what's going on here with the drawl. So we got 357 for channel 19. Okay, and it's just using the normal... It's using 36, which is the normal kind of like blit to the screen type ink. And... Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So to my eyes, it looks like the drop shadow is being treated as black, and then the blitter is just kind of letting those what's it called? I mean, that doesn't entirely make sense though, because then like why is there this kind of weird yellow color in the background for some of these? No, it must be that it must be something to do with the alpha map that we're generating, because it is generating weird colors. And like sometimes they align with, like you can see here that like this kind of looks like it's the background that's seeping through, and then other times it's not. So alright, I think maybe we might have to make a test movie to figure out what's going on here with these. And yeah, like this blue flashing, I'm now convinced is, yeah, it's something that we're not doing right. Because it's the same shade of blue as all the rest of these.
Click on one of the cute little
But in the meantime,
buttons to pick a game to play.
Let's keep exploring all the rest of these. Did it?
Can you beat the computer?
Barely, but you threw shade on my victory when I beat the computer.
Oh, you want to play on the grid, huh? Well, that's a good idea, kiddo. Click on a section of the grid, and that section will be highlighted. Now, answer the question, then click on another square in the highlighted area. See how fast you can fill in the answers. The computer will keep track of your time.
See, yeah, I think we're gonna get maybe an idea of why this game is no longer for sale. It's just like the way that he's kind of like, he's just cheekily looking at the Twin Towers out of the corner of his eye. Nothing to infer from there. Oh god, what is this?
2 times 2 equals... Correct.
Oh, I see, okay. How's this meant to... Oh, right, you gotta pick in the highlighted area.
2 times 9 equals... Correct.
Oh, I get it.
3 times 11 equals... Correct. 2 times 7 equals... Correct.
God, this just like...
3 times 6 equals... Correct.
Every sound effect in this game is like some kind of like...
1 times 5 equals... Correct. 1 times 12 equals... Correct. 2 times 12 equals... Correct. 3 times 12 equals... Correct. 1 times 11 equals... Correct. 2 times 11 equals... Correct.
We've got some interesting looking, yeah. look at this. Look at these
1
graphics.
times 10 equals... Correct. 2 times 10 equals... Correct. 3 times 10 equals... Correct.
Something about those
3
don't
times
look
9
correct.
equals... Correct. 1 times 9 equals... Correct. 1 times 8 equals... Correct. 2 times 8 equals... Correct. 3 times 8 equals... Correct. 3 times 7 equals... Correct. 1 times 7 equals... Correct. 1 times 6 equals... Correct. 2 times 6 equals...
This must be
Correct.
intolerable to watch.
2 times 5 equals... Correct. 3 times 5 equals... Correct.
Actually, draw all. Oh god, Chan. Alright, so I'm guessing all of these here. Member 411 of Castlib 1. Okay, so... cast 411. Oh wait, no, that's the question grid. Actually, 415. Cast 415. Okay, that is a bitmap which contains... Okay, it's a bitmap which contains a number. So some of them... So I'm not yeah, okay. Oh, and there's 16 bits per pixel. 16 bits per pixel images, which is an interesting choice. So like this one here, which is obviously, you know, rendering badly, we're not rendering 16-bit images properly, would be my guess. And some of these other ones which are fine, I guess are great.
3 times 3 equals correct.
Yeah, so that's 420, cast 420. 420, oh, it's also a 16-bit image, but that also looks bad.
3 times 4 equals correct.
That one looks alright. So 423, cast 423. Okay. Oh, I see, alright. So they're all 16-bit images, but the pitch is slightly different on some of them. And it seems to be the pitch that's making a difference. So let's... Cast member... So what we got here, it loads. Okay, so we fetch the pitch, fetch the registration offset. That seems, okay. Bounding rector screwed up, but the bounding rector's always screwed up. Registration offset seems sane. Okay, we load an extra 16. Int 16 if it's version 5, because that means it's a cast loop. That seems to be okay. And then where's the bit that actually reads the freaking the stream data? Oh wait, because that's like a BITD chunk, isn't it? Okay, and that gets, yeah, that gets grabbed in load. Mm-hmm. Okay, no, that's an external file. Where is the... Okay, yep. So this is the weird run length encoding format that Director uses to store all of its stuff. And then we've got... yeah, case 2, which is bytes per pixel 2, which is 16-bit. Then we have this 2550 105. Yeah, okay. D3 32-bit cast seems to be ARGB pixels in a row, not RLE. The default 32-bit map is RLE. The encoding format is every line contains... Yeah, okay, so this... I'm not seeing much in the... Okay, we've got this, which is like 4 bits per pixel. Okay, and then this logic here, which seems to be slightly different for 16-bit. Oh, Funky said, I know you meant the rendering quality was terrible, but my brain immediately thought that you meant rendering some horrible text, some truly heinous words. Yeah, that would be possibly be entertaining, as opposed to the numbers in this timetable simulation don't appear to be
Click here to start on a new set of factors.
I don't want to start on a new set of factors. I want to finish this to see what happens.
Correct. 2 times 1 equals correct. 3 times 1 equals correct.
Actually, one thing I just very quickly want to check. Did they get the child recording like every combination of times table, or are they stitching it together? Place your bets, because they sound pretty... They got the child to record every combination of times table. I cannot believe it. Sounds...
10 times 1 equals 10 times 10 equals 10 times 11 equals 10 times 12 equals 10 times 2 equals 10 times 3 equals 10 times 4 equals 10 times 5 equals 10 times 6 equals 10 times 7 equals 10 times 8 equals 10 times 9 equals 11 times 1 equals 11 times 10 equals...
How many of these are there? How many of these are there? Okay, so I think we can... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 off the end. 144 different... Yeah, it would be 144 because 12 times... Yeah, like, see, Sev knows his times table. I didn't have to think about it like I freaking did. But, yeah, 144 different samples of a child saying what the times table is. I was listening to it and thinking, it's like, surely they would have just stitched that together. But that sounds like too nice and, you know, collinear.
1 times 3 equals correct. 2 times 3 equals correct. 1 times 4 equals correct.
Oh, and then you just get these awful...
2 times 4 equals...
all these awful kind of, like,
correct.
trombone sounds.
1 times 2 equals correct.
Avenlar says, and the only thing you can become with this is a presenter at darts, going 180. But, I mean, this doesn't go up to 180. So, yeah, you'd be stuck at 144.
3 times 2 equals correct.
And we get some more glitching with the with the text. That's cool. Yeah, like this makes it look like it must be leaking out into the alpha channel because we can see different things happening behind it, which we shouldn't be able to see that. And I guess we'll never know. We'll never know what that feedback is. Funky says 122. Surely the x squared wouldn't be repeated, right? I mean, like, there's a wave file here for like every combination of, you know, left hand side and right hand side. So that would include 1 for 10 times 10. But I understand where you're coming from. Like, I would have thought that like 10 times 1 and 1 times 10, that, you know, that seems a little superfluous. But then again, you know, you're making an educational product. You probably want your child to know what both of those are. Okay. Let's saunter back to the main games menu for a bit.
Click on one of the cute little buttons to pick a game to play.
Well, I always did like a good story, little partner.
Oh, we gotta see the story, I'm afraid.
Pick a story that you want to hear, then answer the times table question to hear the next part of the story.
God, this is real chocolate covered broccoli stuff here. Alright, what are we feeling like? Fox and the Crow, Fox and the Grapes, Greedy Dog, Miser's Gold. I'm feeling pretty sour at this point, so let's go Fox and the Grapes.
Fox and the Grapes. The Lion and the Mouse.
Oh, right. It's a different character. A different character gets to voice each thing. I want to hear the one that Timu Clint Eastwood says.
The Greedy Dog.
7 times 7 equals
49.
49. Shh, don't tell anyone, but you got it right.
One day, a greedy dog stole a big piece of meat and ran off with it clenched tightly in his mouth.
9 times 6 equals...
Just so jarring. Also, where's Clint Eastwood? You promised me Clint.
54.
Oh, you're so cute when you get the right answer. This dog was very selfish and never cared for anyone but himself.
4 times 10 equals 40. You are so cute when you get the right answer.
What? Why are you saying it?
He was a bully and would take whatever he wanted from others who were not as strong as he was. Bully.
12 times 4 equals 48.
Cool and correct. As he ran down the path as fast as he could, looking for a spot to hide while he ate, so he wouldn't have to share his stolen prize with anyone, he ran across a bridge and glanced down at the reflection in the water below.
10 times 9 equals...
Interesting. The numeric keypad was working, I thought. Oh crap, we're not gonna hit...
90.
I didn't realize we were timed.
Now, the dog might have been big and strong, but he wasn't a smart dog. Some kind of a mutt, I suppose.
11 times 8 equals...
Okay,
88.
You got it! Looking down at his own reflection in the water, he thought he saw another dog with a bigger piece of meat in his mouth.
you go get that other dog.
5 times 12 equals...
Okay,
60.
Hey, that's the right answer. Even though he had his own mouth full of meat, the dog was jealous and instantly wanted the other dog's meat too.
9 times 4 equals... 36.
You'll be a math whiz if you keep getting all your answers right like this. He growled viciously at the other dog and only became more angry. The other dog seemed to be growling back.
11 times 4 equals...
oh my god, like, these stories could be not any more dragged out.
44.
I'll accept that as the right answer because it is. Suddenly, he
jumped off the bridge, straight at the other growling dog.
4 times 8 equals... This is not a smiley face I'm wearing. 4 times 8 equals 32. 12 times 5 equals...
Fine. Gate me from hearing more about the dog,
60.
why don't you?
You got it.
Imagine his surprise when instead of meeting another dog, he plunged right into the river.
8 times 10 equals...
Oh no. 4 times to read. Hello, Ed Flurry. Oh crap, I gotta answer this, or else Professor Fingal will get mad at me.
Cool. And correct.
Now, this
How are you doing, Emmy? How was the... Were you still checking through floppy disks? Welcome.
Tightly clenched around his stolen dinner. But then he found that he couldn't breathe.
Sorry,
2 times 12 equals...
we're just playing this chocolate-colored broccoli game where to hear more of the story you have
Please
to answer
fasten your
these
seat
damn
belts.
problems. And thank you very much for the follow. Halm, I say, hopefully I pronounced that right. It's good to have you around. Welcome. We're just in the middle of like testing some Macromedia Director games. More specifically, we're now testing Professor Finkel's Times Table Factory.
Press the blue key.
You make me so
Goodbye.
happy when you get it right like that.
Oh, and thank you very much for the follow, Neo
He was
Venom.
underwater, struggling to get his head up into the air and gasping from lack of air.
7 times 7 equals...
And yeah, this is a story about a dog who ran away with a big piece of meat, saw an angry, a dog with a bigger piece of meat in a reflection, went to attack it, and it turns out he's now drowning in a river because of his hubris.
49. High five, dude. You got it right.
He became so frightened that he opened his mouth and let the piece of meat go.
But God, like every sentence.
6 times 7 equals...
You can't even like let me luxuriate in the story a little bit. Like every sentence has got a times table after it.
42.
Hey, you're getting the hang of this. Finally, he was able to struggle to shore and pull himself out on the bank where he lay exhausted.
Twelve times 7 equals...
Oh my God. 12 times 7 is 84. Oh, and the keypad stopped working. That's nice.
84.
That's right. He lay there the rest of the day, thinking about how wanting what someone else had, even though he had so much himself, had caused him great pain and sorrow.
Great pain and sorrow.
11
Ian Oblivion
times 3
says, always a
equals-
fan of the drippy horror font. Yeah, it's like the graphic design in this game is... It's pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie.
33. Wow, I get excited when you get it right like that.
Don't like that.
Realize, as should you and I, that being greedy never does bring happiness.
This is music. Oh my God, alright. What's some of the other things I could show off? Oh yeah, there's like a wonderful...
Click on one of the
Okay.
cute little buttons to pick a game to play.
So I clicked on that expecting that we'd hear more about this guy.
Did like a good story, little partner.
And we were sorely disappointed. We got like some other kind of weird guy doing the story. We do some jokes. You want to hear some jokes?
In this game, you must answer a times table question to hear the second half of the joke. What's the difference between an elephant and a flea?
4 times 10 equals...
What do you reckon? What's the difference between an elephant and a flea? It's got to be something good, right? Something real belly laugh territory.
40.
That's right. What's the difference between an elephant and a flea? Well, an elephant can have fleas, but believe me, a flea can't have elephants.
Who's
What nut
clapping?
is used for a
Take
trunk?
that back. Take
9
that back.
times 5 equals...
Okay. Oh, I didn't. What was the joke?
What nut is used for a trunk?
Okay, here we go.
45.
You got it! What nut is used for a trunk? A chestnut.
That's more like it.
Some months have 30 days, some have 31. How many have 28 days?
9 times 11 equals...
I'm just gonna leave that one hanging, because, you know...
Click on one of the cute little buttons to pick a game to play.
Because, like, an important part about this game is that it has songs for every one of the
Now this
timetables.
here's the music menu.
So let's listen to some songs.
Grab your guitar, pard.
All right, what number are we feeling, chat? We've got a whole score, a whole dozen tracks to pick from. We heard 1 and 5 earlier, and I don't know how they're gonna riff on all of these other numbers. But oh well, I'm gonna pick song 8 because I want to know what they've got to say about. Oh no, In Oblivion says 11. Okay, 11 it is.
Hey you, listen to this. The evening sun burns bright in the fading light. 11 is on my mind. I think how easy it can be to see what makes 11 so fine. It's like a pair of ones and the answer comes as quickly as it can be. When I think it true, then I know it's true. 11 helps me feel free. Work it out, such an easy thing to do. The answers come as I think it through. Have no doubt I can figure it all out. You can do it too. 11 times 1 is 11. 11 times 2 is 22. 11
breakdown.
times 3 is 33. 11 times 4 is 44. 11 times 5 is 55. 11 times 6 is 66. 11 times 7 is 77. 11 times 8 is 88. 11 times 9 is 99. 11 times 10 is 110. 11 times 11 is 121. 11 times 12 is 132. Work it out, such an easy thing to do. The answers come as I think it through. Have no doubt I can figure it all out. You can do it too. Put my money on number 11. You got it?
Oh my god. So Ian Oblivion says this guy has range. Yes, man of 1,000 voices, absolutely. And like putting his entire ass into that song, I appreciate at least that much. And Enfilary says probably the best rate of my life. I mean, that's quite a high bar to set, I think, for Professor Finkel's Times Table Factory. And E13E7 says this has strong CD-ROM energy. Guess where this came from? It came from a CD-ROM. There is actually a sequel to this which has 2 CD-ROMs, but it's not. I think it's Director 6, and we don't support that yet. So this is we gotta, you know, you gotta have your salad before you can have ice cream. We gotta get Director 5 working before I can get started on Director 6. Okay, someone else I think asked for song 7, so let's hear.
Number 11. Number 7.
Let's hear song 7. Just doing a little soft shoe behind the stack of tires.
The time has come to join in the fun. 7 is on the run. We're gonna learn to times it, you see, whatever it may be. Take it from me, it's fun. 7 is on the run. That's what I said. 7 times 1 is 7. 7 times 2 is 14.
I knew it. You didn't have
7
anything
times
like
3 is
trenchant to say about
21.
7.
times 4
7's
is
just really hard.
7 times 5 is 35. 7 times 6 is 42. 7 times 7 is 49. 7 times 8 is 56. 7 times 9 is 63. 7 times 10 is 70. 7 times 11 is 77. 7 times 12 is 84. Time has come to join in the fun. 7 is on the run. We're gonna learn to times it, you see, whatever it may be. Take it from me, it's fun. 7 is on the run. 7 is on the run.
How does that help me multiply though? That gives me nothing. Just telling me that 7 is on the run. All right. Any more requests for numbers? We got a whole, got another 10 left. I don't know. Maybe we won't probably listen to all of them, but all right. Neo Venom asked for 3. Okay, let's listen to song 3. 3, I think, has got like, it has the rule where you can like add the digits together to tell if it's like divisible by 3. I wonder if they're gonna like be able to work that in, crowbar that into the song somehow. New character.
It's so relaxing out here, me bucko. Watching the sun go down, making me crew walk the plank. Is there anything more fun than 3? The times with 3 seems like a breeze. Add it 3 times, it ain't so bad. Times is a short way to add. Learning the answers when you times 3. If you know how, you'll see what you can do for free. Learn 2 times by 3.
Definitely the most Shatner-like performance.
3 times 1 is 3. 3 times 2 is 6. 3 times
M4 says times is a short way to add. There was a whole thing earlier about how like they tried to explain multiplication by having like beans and cups. It just made it really complicated.
3 times 9 is 27. 3 times 10 is 30. 3 times 11 is 33. And 3 times 12 is 36. Is there anything more fun than 3? The times with 3 seems like a breeze. Add it 3 times, it ain't so bad. Times is a short way to add. Learning the answers when you times 3. If you know how, you'll see what you can do for free. Learn 2 times by 3.
Look at the end.
Like that coffee machine, from bean to cup, you fuck up.
All right.
Number 4.
Any other requests for numbers? Did I miss any? So, okay, we listened to which one did we listen to? We listened to 3.
Number 8. Number 3.
We listened to 11. We listened to 7.
Number 11.
All right, let's listen to
Number 8.
Hopefully it's a new character. Yes!
Wait to be times and by 8. It's something I need to do. Oh, it makes me feel like I've done a big deal. It's great timesing by 8. A little time and they'll be in my mind. It's something I've got to learn. It makes me smile cause I know it's worthwhile. It's great timesing by 8. Don't you know what I wanna be? It's a skill I must earn. Take some work, nothing comes for free. There's a lot for me to learn. It's hard to wait to be times and by 8. It's something I need to do. Oh, that makes me feel like I've done a big deal. It's great times and by 8.
Oh my god.
That's really great. You know what I mean? Now you try it. Eight times 1 is 8. 8 times
God.
2 is 16.
The bit where he went, it just killed me.
32. 8 times 5 is 40. 8 times 6 is 48. 8 times 7 is 56. 8 times 8 is 64. 8 times 9 is 72. 8 times 10 is 80. 8 times 11 is 88. 8 times 12 is 96.
The session guitarist I got for this is really amazing. Like, there've been a few guitar solos so far, and they've all been, like, top shelf. M4 says, I admire those who lack shame. Yeah, it's a skill, and I don't know, I'm wondering I'm hoping that they would look back fondly on this performance. Maybe they were just kind of assuming, oh, you know, no one, you know, CD-ROMs died in 2000, like, where would this ever kind of resurface again? I mean, compared to, like, stuff on the internet now, which is there forever. Alright, last call for songs. Any preferences for numbers? Otherwise, we'll move on and look to other things inside this. Arvan wants to hear the one song again. Okay, let's hear the one song. I think the professor sings this one.
Looking back now at learning about one, now I understand how easy it is done. Any number times by one will stay the same. 1 times 2 is 2, and 1 times 3 is 3. Now you understand just how easy it can be. Any number times by 1 will stay the same. 1 times any number you can find will be that number every single time. 1 times anything is still that thing. It's easy to times by 1. One times 1 is 1.
See, it's a good solo. There are so many good solos in this.
1 times
and
4
yet, like,
is 4.
the sound design in other parts of the game is horrible. Like, every time you type something in, there's like a cacophony of, like, sad trombone noises.
1 times 9 is 9.
So,
1 times 10 is 10.
it's a game of
1
contrast.
times 11 is
Professor
11.
Ping's times
1 times 12 is 12.
1 times any number you can find will be that number every single time. 1 times anything is still that thing. It's easy to times by 1. 1 times any number you can find will be that number every single time. 1 times anything is still that thing. It's easy to times by 1.
And Foolery asks, oh yeah, Queerman says, I love the big cats, and M. says, how are the solos so good when the songs are so bad? I'm guessing it is just a session musician that is just putting their entire ass into this project, which is, like, you know, very admirable. And honestly, like, kids will pick up on that. Kids pick up when you put your entire ass into doing something. And I think that, like, those solos are an important, you know, they make the game a richer experience, despite the fact that, like, the game content of this is just chocolate-colored broccoli and it's awful. But, like, you know, the songs are alright. Like, they've got problems, but they put their entire ass into them, which is more than you can say for most educational content. I'm looking at you, Gus.
Now this here's the music menu.
Okay, we probably don't need to hear the chants, because we heard them during the song.
If you're looking for some tips and tricks about multiplying, this here's the place.
Well, this is the video tips and tricks menu.
Okay, so we got some more videos. What about what can we learn about multiplying by 0?
Here's where you learn about 0. Greetings, me buckos. I'm here to give you a little tip about the number 0. Now, I'm sure you're thinking, what does this pirate know about 0? Well, I'm knowing.
Yeah, what does this pirate know about 0?
For instance, 0 times any number equals 0. That's right, and any number times 0 equals 0. Let me show you with the cups. Let's do 2 times 0. Now, if you got 2 times 0,
The
then
cups
we're
are
gonna
back.
use 2 cups. Now, if you take 2 cups and fill them with 0 beans, how many beans are in those cups? That's right, 0 beans, me bucko. And it don't matter how many cups you got, you still got 0 beans. And if there's one thing I don't like, it's 0 beans. You ever seen a 0 bean? They're not good. Now, remember that lesson, me buckos. 0 times anything is always 0. And anything times 0 is always 0. It's simple. Now, don't you forget it, or I'll have you walking the plank, me hearties.
Face. M. Fleury asks, why? What if they're not beans? How many beans? And what kind of beans?
This is the video tips and tricks menu.
In a previous video, the beans appeared green, so maybe like fava beans. But yeah, I don't know. Like it was essentially like the idea is that the number of cups you have is the left-hand side, and the number of beans in each cup are the right-hand side, and then you empty all the cups out, and then you count the number of beans, and that's how you do multiplication. Never. If you have to do multiplication for work, always stay within walking distance of like a beanery and a crockery cabinet, because that's how you do multiplication. It's a very strange analogy that they've decided to rest most of their explanation on.
So well, we did another video about it. You have to use your fingers on this one though, and that makes him sad because he doesn't have any fingers.
Wait, what? Okay.
Well, this is the video tip. Well, hello, little partner. How you doing? It's good to see you back. Now, do you remember when I showed you a little shortcut to learning how to find the answers to times by 9?
Nope, because I didn't watch that.
Well, you can do the same thing with your fingers. Well, I suppose you could use your toes too, but I think if you took off your boots to do that, anybody standing downwind would be in a heap of trouble. So we'll try it on our fingers. It's real easy, so let me show you. Let's start with 4 times 9 like we did before. Now, we're going to take the number we're timesing 9 by, and we're going to hold up that many fingers. See, and that's 4. Now, take one of them fingers away, and you get a 3. Now that 3, I want you to remember it, because that's the first number in our answer. Now, we'll take that 3, and we're going to count and see how many fingers it takes to get up to 9 from 3. Okay, so we're going to count 3 and then go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's right. This is how many fingers it takes to get from 3 to 9. Now, how many fingers am I holding up? That's right, little buckaroo, I'm holding up.
I think it's 5 because it includes the.
So, if you take that first number that we came up with, you remember what it was? That's right, it was 3. And if you take our second number, which was what? 6. That's right, and you put 6 next to the 3.
The sound effects in the background are just the
36.
most distracting thing on earth.
And what do you know, little partner? 36 is the answer to 4 times 9. Isn't that easy? Let's do another one,
No,
shall we?
let's not.
Just to make sure that we know.
Okay.
Let's do 6 times 9 this time. Okay, so we start out with 6,
says,
right?
I wish Dolly
Here's
Parton
6
taught math with her
fingers,
fingernails.
And I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that
take
would.
one away, remember.
So I take one away, and
That would
what
work
do
pretty well, I
have?
think.
I got 5 fingers. So remember that 5, little partner, because we're going to come back to it. Now, we're going to take 5, our original number, and we're going to see how many fingers it takes to count up to 9 from 5. So we're going to go 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's how many fingers it takes. How many am I holding up? 4, that's right. Very good. Now, what was our first number? It was 5. That's good. And what's our second number we came up with?
I hope we're all paying attention.
4. That's very good. So we got 5 and 4. You stick them next to each other, and we got 54. And that, my partner, is the answer to what is 6 times 9. Now, isn't that easy? You can do it. Have some fun with those 9s, little buckaroo.
Samantha says we just had to learn one by one. Oh, sorry.
Well, this is the video tips and tricks menu.
This video teaches you about factors and
Just had to learn
products.
1 by 1 to 25 by 25 by heart. That would make the 3 seconds counter a lot easier. Yeah, an earlier game that we were playing, I can show you it. It's just crazy punishing.
Click on one of the cute little buttons to pick a game to
Beat the computer. It offers you 3 difficulty levels.
pick the level that you would like to practice.
Or, you know, it just says, like, So I picked random all, and random all generally means, like, a mixture of, like, 12 and, like, 9 just to throw you off.
How fast you want the computer to be, and then see if you can enter the answer.
And if you
before
pick
the
fast,
computer does.
look how much freaking time... Like, this is a game for small children. 2 things. It's a game for small children, and the interface is like treacle. Like, you have to wait for a little kind of, like, spinning number to come into play. But you get 3 seconds.
12
Count
times
them.
7 equals
Oh my god. 80...
84.
I typed that in,
8
see?
times 9 equals
Correct. And I
6
had
times
0.25 a
7
second
equals
left. Okay.
42. 6 times 8 equals correct. 11 times 11 equals correct. 6 times 12 equals correct. 12 times 6 equals correct. 12 times 9 equals
Whatever.
108. 9 times 9 equals correct.
So just do that another
12
14
times
times.
12 equals correct. 4 times 12 equals correct. 9 times 7 equals 63. 9 times 8 equals
Nope.
72. 9 times 12 equals
And now my brain's just shut down.
108.
Because there's too many
6
changes.
times 9 equals
Okay.
54. 4 times 9 equals correct. 7 times 9 equals 63.
I typed that in!
11 times 12 equals
I don't care.
132.
I don't care.
3 times 12 equals correct. 7 times 12 equals 84. 8 times 12 equals
Convolution. No, that's 96.
96.
I just don't have time to type it in.
7 times 8 equals correct. 12 times 11 equals correct. 12 times 8 equals correct.
0.2 of a second.
This is not a
0.2 of a
smiley
second
face I'm
left.
wearing.
Yeah, I only got 54% right. So sue me. Brennan says, nobody needs this much multiplying. Oh, welcome. Sorry, we're in the middle of testing Professor Finkel's times table factory in ScummVM, and I was just showing off how unfair, like, one of the chocolate covered broccoli bits of the game is. So what else we got? We've got,
Tears fall no more. Let's times by 4.
Okay, that's the 4 song that we're
I prefer
hearing.
the opera, but these tunes are still a lot of fun.
Okay,
If you want to learn how to multiply, well, oh, you can learn. Well, if you
oh, we did try the flashcards. What are the flashcards? Are they going to be as boring as they sound?
Pick the level that you would like to practice.
Random.
Pick how fast you want the computer to be, and then see if you can enter the answer before the computer does.
Fast.
6 times 9 equals 54.
How is this
6 times
flashcards?
8 equals correct.
This is the same.
12 times 12 equals correct. 4 times 12 equals.
If you want to learn how to multiply,
So it's exactly the same as the Beat the Computer game, except they've put it on the main menu for some reason
the
as
times
well.
table puzzles and games menu.
Brendan
Now,
asks,
me, I prefer the opera. But
do
there's
the kids still learn multiplication tables up to 12 by 12? I actually don't know. I imagine they do. Like, unless, you know, now the kids just have ChatGPT to, you know, to answer that for them. And even so, if I recall correctly, like, ChatGPT is maybe, like, 90% accurate with times tables, and then, like, something like 20% accurate with counting. So, your mileage may vary.
Well, if you want to pass the test on how well you're doing your times table, click here.
Okay.
Well, this is the video tips and
What do we
tricks
got else?
menu.
Let's look at inverting.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. You talking to me? You talking to me? I'm talking to you.
Are kids gonna get this reference?
I got a hot tip for you. That's right, a hot tip. Listen up. 4 times 3 is the same as 3 times 4.
What?
No, it's the truth.
No.
I'm telling you. 4 times 3 is the same as 3 times 4.
That's
I'm
crazy
not
talk
pulling
right
your
there.
leg.
That can't be
You
right.
don't believe me? Try it yourself.
Well, maybe I will. Smart guy.
With 3 times 4, you have 3 cups with 4 beans in each cup.
Okay.
Now,
I've got like
count
1
them and
cup,
see what you
2
got.
cups.
1.
I don't have any beans though. That could be a
4,
problem.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The answer is 12. Now, try and remember that. Okay.
Trying. I'm
Now
really
let's
trying.
switch the numbers. Now that's called invoiding by them
Invoiding?
math types. Now some of yous that can't speak English so good, you might call it inverting. You heard of inverting?
No.
Well, that's what they
Talk about
call it
invoiding
sometimes.
again, please.
Now I speak good English, so I call it invoiding. Now,
You created this problem for
let's
yourself.
switch the numbers. With 4 times 3, you have 4 cups with 3 beans in each cup. Now, let's count them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now, what was the answer we had before? It was 12. It was the same answer we had before. What do you think about that? Now, that's
I don't know. What
what's
do I think
called
about that?
inverting by them math types. It simply is a fancy way of saying that if you got 2 numbers, it doesn't matter when you're timesing them together which one comes first and which one comes second. See? The answer is the same. That means
Just a fraud says, I
if
try
you
not
know
to
what
think
the
it
answer
hurts.
to 5 times
That's
6
relatable.
is, you
At the end of the
also
stream,
got
I'm
the
always like, my
answer
brain is
to
leaking out my
6
ears.
times 5. It's that easy. Might come in handy at the track.
Okay. Alright, that's a fun little gag.
Well, this
Something for
is
the adults there.
video tips and tricks menu.
Okay, alright, do we... Okay, I think we go... You know what? I think we may have kind of, like, exhausted the content in here. But...
Now this here...
I want to hear one more song. I'm sorry. I think that let's finish on 6, and then we might just do like another quick warm up.
If we make the effort, we'll see just how simple times 6 can be. 6 times 1 is 6, that's right. 6 times 2 is 12 all night. 6 times 3 is 18, you say. 6 times 4, 24 all day. 6 times 5, 30, I remind. 6 times 6, 36, we'll find. 6 times 7 is 42, yes! 6 times 8, 48, I guess. 6 times 9, 54, agree? 6 times 10 is 60, you see. 6 times 11 is 66, fun! 6 times 12, 72, and we're done! 6 times 1 is 6. 6 times 2 is 12. 6 times 3 is 18.
And 13 times 6? Well, we don't talk about that.
30. 6 times 6 is 36. 6 times 7 is 42. 6 times 8 is 48. 6 times 9 is 54. 6 times 10 is 60. 6 times 11 is 66. And 6 times 12 is 72.
Such a... Oh, no. Just a bottomless well of facial expressions from this man. Okay. I think it's probably enough for Professor Finkel's Times Table Factory. So, we just...
Now this here.
Hey! Oh, I'm sorry you're leaving my factory. I hope you'll come back and play again soon. Here are some of the people who helped bring my factory to you.
Okay, maybe we'll have the session guitarist in here. Okay, so Man of 1,000 Voices, Jerry Graves. You won't believe it, but every character on screen was portrayed by him. Oh, and Jerry Graves also helped with the scripting. Also helped with the video and photography. Wow, God. Just a real... Okay, we've got Dave Shelton, man in the mixing desk. DJ Shelton as well as doing the graphics. Incredible. So this is really the Shelton and Graves show. Dang, alright, so Dave Shelton must be the, And yes, this game has the mark. Incredible. Incredible. Alright, well, we could go straight into like the main game that we're going to be working on tonight, but I figured that given we've got like a little bit of time to kill before the break, we may as well quickly try out try out this for apropos of nothing. Gus. So you may be aware of our friend Gus and the Cyberbuds, and this was one of the ones that wasn't on our list originally. We had like 3 or 4 of the other Gus games, but this one was not there, and it's there now for better or for worse. I just gotta remember what it's called. It's called Gus Goes to the Megalithic Museum. And this, if anything, this will make you appreciate how much love went in those previous songs, because by God, it's absent here. Just I'm just turning on strict mode so that the game will like, that ScummVM will crash with an error message if there's something untoward happening. Because at the end of the day, we are trying to preserve these, which then means, you know, we have to pay attention to if there are any like scripting errors and stuff. But yeah, we fixed quite a few bugs. There's still the one with the text, which is showing up oddly, but then Cracking the Conspiracy, which is the one that we're going to be working on after this, that also had that similar issue. So I think we can spend a bit of time there working on that. But Gus is director 4, which should hopefully be pretty problem free for what it's worth. There he is. It's Gus. Ah! And there we go. Crashed immediately. Didn't even have time to flick the screen over. Okay, what do we got? Stop movie local. Okay, so what I'm looking through here now is there's Lingo, the scripting language that's used for Macromedia Director, and it's crashed here because it has tried to call this handler here, and it doesn't appear to be here. But if we look at... Oh, okay, I might have to... Events... So I think what's happening is that, like, when it switches between movies, it turns one movie off and then it turns, yeah. It sort of turns one movie off, then turns the next movie on, and there's kind of a strange handover process between the scripts of the two. And I'm guessing that because it was in a stop handler, then... Okay, so I'm just going to short circuit that so we can see what's going on. Yep, alright, so we can see that, like, it's stepping the movie. It got this event script, which I think was from me clicking on the window. And then... Okay, gotta... It looks like it's... Okay, it looks like it's trying to find title.dir. Which... Yeah, okay.
Hello, press the blue key.
Ooh, thank you. Thank you very much for the follow, Jester Fraud. It's good to have you around. Yeah, alright, so the... Okay, so it's constructed content title, which is the path to this movie. ScummVM is able to find it, so that's not the issue. But then there is a stop movie handler inside the logo... inside this logo movie, and it's trying to call a function called stop movie local, but does not appear to be there. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of detective work here. So unfortunately, yeah, the stream isn't always just about, like, kind of, you know, the stream is more kind of like me, I don't know, smashing my head against the wall trying to figure out why this stuff is broken, rather than, like, jaunty songs. M did, like, raid in at exactly the right time to see the cool stuff. So what we're using now is project arrays, which is a tool which converts the bytecode in the movie back to plain text. So decompile over here, dump scripts. So we're going to grab the logo, and we're going to grab shared, which is injected into... Oh, we don't have a shared. That's interesting. Okay, must be in there then. Stop movie local. Okay. So no mention of stop movie local inside that. So, oh, maybe it is the shared. Okay. What is going on there? Cast. Okay, so we have a bunch of scripts. Oh my god, so many scripts. Okay, yeah, so it is in the shared cast, but why are we loading the shared cast? Like, that should not be Like, where is the shared cast? I didn't see it. Okay, it's in content. It's in content. Oh, right, okay. It's because exe. Okay, no, the MD5 sum. I'm just checking to see where the exe for the game is. Okay, it's both in Museum and it's in PC Inst. So both of those should work. Whoops. And it was like, what was it called? It was like Stop Movie Local. Yeah, this thing. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so... Oh, right. This might be one of those cases where... This might be one of those cases where they are basically scraping the car against the guardrail and assuming that if you make an invalid call, it'll just work. As long as it's in a start or a stop movie handler. Which is... not great. It does kind of break a few things. Oh, Ian Oblivion says, just remember, 1 times any number you can find will be the number every single time. Thank you. That is very grounding in this trying time. Oh my god. All right. So I think that the official way to fix this is to just not... Oh, okay. But now it's... Okay. Usually, right. Usually if you run a script that doesn't exist, like you go fake script, that's meant to be an error because the handler isn't defined. But apparently that is allowed as long as you put it in like start movie, which is kind of cooked. Oh, no worries, Ian Oblivion. Have a good night. Good to have you around. So I think what I'll have to do here... And yeah, like a lot of the time when we're kind of dealing with fixing games, it's about kind of first inferring what the programmer thought they were doing. And then secondly going down to, right, is it just down to they're relying on an edge case or that we don't support properly? Or is it something that's legitimately allowed and, you know, seems like it shouldn't work and yet somehow it does? So we'll just simulate that now. Actually, you know what? Okay, let's see the rest of Gus first, and then we'll worry about nitpicking like that. But I think the way that we're gonna have to fix this might be to like add in an exception for stop handlers so that it doesn't count as a braking error, which seems kind of weird. But okay, you can apparently do that. So no strict mode, which is kind of dangerous territory because it means that the engine is allowed to get away with a lot more. Which means that like small problems can kind of cascade into bigger problems. But there's going to be singing in it, probably, knowing the cyber buds.
museum. There's so much that we can learn about the history of man. You'll see King Tut, a dinosaur, Caesar the Roman emperor, paintings and some sculpture, and a prehistoric man. There's a goblet that will dazzle you, a crazy couch with a mouse or two, Greek and Roman pillars, and some songs to make you smile. Take the tour with Gus, and you'll see when we all go to the museum. All the cyberbuds will be there, you can meet them when we all go to the museum.
What was he rhyming museum with? My brain just kind of like short-circuited trying to figure out what that was. Sev says, yeah, masking is not working. Something is up there. Like, I'm not sure. Maybe... But this is D4, so it's unlikely... It's D4 and it's 8-bit, so
here.
maybe it's masking. Like, it could be that if it's, if it's something like a film loop, we don't support masking for those properly yet. But I don't know. We'll see if any more things glitch out, and then maybe we'll come back to that.
Click here to go to the museum.
Okay. Okay, so our choices are prehistoric and modern art, and Egyptian and Greek-Roman era. The two eras of history. I want to check out some modern art. Okay. Whoa, okay.
Have a nice
Oh no,
day.
yeah. So what's happening there, right, is that there has been a scripting error and it is now just flicking through, what's it called? It's just flicking through the movie without, without any guardrails. I just want to check it out. Error. Billbot? Oh no, did it flick too quickly? Oh god, this is why it's good to have... Alright, I think what we're gonna... Okay, let's restart this. I will turn on strict mode after we get back into the museum, and then we should hopefully see the thing that broke. While we're here, we may as well see what's going on with the mat.
To the museum. There's so much that we can learn about the history of man. You'll see King Tut, a dinosaur.
Okay, so we've got...
Caesar the Roman emperor, paintings.
Cast 207... 107?
And some sculpture.
Yeah, it's 107. Okay, which is a bitmap... Which is currently... Okay. Which is currently... Cast 106? Okay, so it doesn't look like it is it doesn't look like it's a mat. Maybe. Unless 106 is also on the screen as well.
And a prehistoric man. There's a goblet that will dazzle you. A crazy couch with a...
And yeah, you can see that like the
and some songs to make you smile. Take the tour with Gus, and you'll see when we all go to the museum.
Yeah, there's something wrong with our something wrong with our blending logic there.
Click here to go.
Okay, debug flag enable lingo strict. Okay, when I clicked on the hand, that's when it kind of went nuts. Mouse down. All right. Let's just reset this. Oh, okay. No, it's already cooked. Why is it just kind of why is it? It looks like it's executing scripts. Why is it just kind of like ricocheting on? Stepping movie umbrella DIR and content. Oh no, okay. There's like a overlay movie as well. Why did I think this would be easy to look at? This is a... Generally, as a rule, if I just on a whim decide to test something, it'll just have like a stone cold whodunit tied up in it. If I just do like 5 seconds of vetting before the stream, it turns out fine. Like, you know, Professor Finkel turned out fine. This is not turning out fine. This is turning out really weird. Okay. Okay.
Click here to go to the...
But now I just won't click on this thing down here until I have an idea of what's going on. But if we go into modern art... Oh my god, it just
Have a nice day.
It just immediately goes off the deep end. Okay, well, when I clicked mouse up on left little sign, it went to the frame left little sign, which freezes execution. Yeah, that's a normal lingo thing. Then we have this idle handler, which does nothing. Then it tries to step the movie umbrella.dir, which I'm guessing is an overlay. Which is uneventful. Then it comes back to here. Then it tries to run the idle handler again. Then it steps umbrella.dir. Then it steps... Wait, did... Because, like, there's a... Because, yeah, we've got, like, freezing lingo state. Where's the Thor? Because, yeah, we got, like, freezing lingo state, depth 1. And then eventually we make it all the way to here to exit frame. Oh my god, okay, this makes no sense. What even is the umbrella module? Anyway. Whatever. I'm not feeling this. We're vetoing Gus for today. I'll have to like look in my own time to figure out which hellish interaction is preventing us from visiting the museum. But for now, I think we are going to go and start on like the main task for tonight, which has been cracking the conspiracy, which is a adventure, like a first-person adventure game where you try and break into Area 51, and has from what we've seen of it, it looks very promising. It's got like an amazing introduction. Oh, and hey, Black Elf, it's good to have you around. So let me just. Cracking. Okay. So just feast your eyes on this graphic design. Also, sorry about the volume before. I realized Gust must have been just uncomfortably loud. Volume levels like vary dramatically in these games, so I try and keep the volume kind of nice and low. But let's check out that trailer. So good. Oh, I'm looking forward to the VR component. I'm sure it's not going to let us down. Not in the face. God, so many moments to look forward to. And yeah, we found during the first bit of the game, there is a health system. You can die, and most of the time it's just like people like very lightly just very lightly slapping you. So oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. I remember now. So we have enough code here to show the list of save games, but actually clicking on the name of the save game for reasons that I do not understand needs a custom, some custom code to be fixed. So we're gonna have to, yeah, we're gonna have to sort that out. That might be one of the kind of more basic things we'll do. But anyway, let's watch the actual proper introduction to the game, just to get hyped. So the president has just announced an alien presence on Earth. E.T. is now home. And aliens are real and here. Full disclosure imminent.
Oh, thank God that was a dream. Yeah, hold on, I'm coming.
Hey, it's about time.
Yeah,
Special delivery from Miss Kelsey Hart.
Kelsey? Oh, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. No need to sign or anything.
What if you can get onto the base and figure out the codes? could save humanity from something far worse than we could have ever imagined.
There's an old uranium mine outside of Rachel, Nevada with a connection to the base's sewer system. To get to the mine, you'll need to take Groom Lake Road north to Shanahan Road and follow it back to the mine's entrance. It's the only way in aside from the front gate. Please hurry, John, and be careful.
That's it. We start off having done a massive road trip. You finally arrive, nearly out of gas and exhausted from the drive. It is going to be a long time before you sleep again. And yeah, we start off by getting this flashlight out of the glove box. We can leave the car. Oh yeah, Samathar mentioned you can get hurt by touching a cactus too many times. Let's just check to see if that still works. Grab onto the cactus and a large spine pierces your hand. The wound inflicts 5 points of damage. So it doesn't hurt you all the time, but it... And I think that was meant to be playing... Yeah, that's meant to play like some kind of video, but unfortunately, that's another glitch that we gotta fix.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, that's right, and just to top things off, we can go here and talk to this kooky old prospector.
Well, well. What are you looking for?
And there's we open the code up and there's actually like a big list of things you can tell this guy. So if we type in, I think ass is one.
What? I don't understand what you're
No, it's not.
Do you know what you're looking for yet?
So if I say men,
Ye old horn dog. You won't find none of that in these parts. I ain't got all day. Now what do you want?
oh yeah, we can also say we're looking for a fight. We get slapped across.
Then that's what you'll get.
Really hurt. He might be old, but he's still tough.
What are you really looking for?
And what you're meant to ask him about, I think, is you can ask him like about aliens.
Well, there's some strange goings on over on the other side of the mountain, if that's what you're after. Do you know what you're looking for yet?
Dynamite.
What? I don't understand what you're talking about. Do you know what you're looking for yet?
TNT.
I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know what you're looking for yet?
Ghost.
Don't you understand the question?
Okay.
Do you know what you're looking
On this
for
right, it's
yet?
mine. Because there's a mine over there, but it's blocked up with rocks.
Are you a claim jumper?
Yes. Ow.
I don't take kindly to claim jumpers. Maybe you should be looking for something else. I ain't got all day. Are you a claim jumper?
No, I'm not a claim jumper.
Well, if you can answer my riddle, I'll let you pass. Not in 40 years has anyone figured it out, but I'll ask it anyways. Do you know who I am? I'm the one who throws the parties, but some think I'm a fake. Proceed me with the 7th sign, and you may claim my stake.
Alright, if anyone in chat can remember what the answer is. Or better yet, just figure it out. Just figure it out by being good. Oh yeah, alright, that's right. Yeah, thank you, Samathar. It was Ghost.
So, you ain't as dumb as you look, eh? Well, like I promised you, what's mine is yours. Now don't forget to come back. You hear? You hear? You hear?
Yeah, at which point you can enter into his little shack. Ah. You decide it must be good luck to exit the shack while walking backwards. I want to look down. I don't want to walk backwards. Okay, there is a so something that I've just noticed is that when I click on this, I need to leave the mouse pointer perfectly still, or else the next frame, it's in the wrong spot. Arvan points out a plot hole in that the ghost can hurt you. That is kind of a... I don't know, just one of the many conspiracies that this game is presumably we can crack by finishing it. Okay, how do I leave? Oh, okay, you move backwards. Okay, that's kind of irritating. I want to know what's going on. So if I click on this... Oh wait, no, hang on. Let me try that again. There's a... Okay. So there's a transition that goes on. It doesn't look like... Where are we? Okay, we're in... Okay, we're in the render transition chunk. But what I don't get is, like, why does it care about where the mouse cursor is after? Because it's already, we've already registered the mouse click, or otherwise we wouldn't be jumping between frames. Okay, there's check mouse. Oh god, there's check mouse. Is it checking to see if the mouse button is down? If it's checking to see if the mouse button is down, that could be a problem. Okay. Well, that time it didn't seem to do anything, but yeah, okay. And then there's this mouse up. Hey Summer, how's it going? We are we're hot on the trail of figuring out what's going on with Area 51. Don't know why that took me so long to figure out. But if I move the mouse here... Oh, okay, that time it was fine. Oh, you're under the weather. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. It's never fun. Especially... Yeah, especially considering what's been, you know... Actually, no, you're in Europe, so it'd be summer over there, wouldn't it? Because, like, over here it's, like, definitely, like, in the middle of, like, cold and flu season, so, you know, chance of influenza with, razor throat COVID just thrown in for good measure. So if I move the mouse cursor... Yeah, it's like it picks up a second mouse click. Oh, Summer says it's about summer season, but it's the pollen that's a problem. Yeah, okay. That would suck.
Got it.
Solidarity. Okay. Well, we've picked up a map, but we can't use it because we're not in the old abandoned mine yet. And the TNT I think was behind the back of this old shack. So we can use the key.
Got it.
Take the crappy plunger. Oh, and there's one other thing we need. We need to get jumper cables from the car. All the while being sure not to click on a cactus, because those hurt. Oh god, here we go. Like, here's another example. So, like, I moved the mouse 1 pixel then, and it... So I want to check, did... Yeah, okay, so it's like... It appears to be like the timing of like when mouse up gets called before and after a long transition. And that appears to be the thing which is kind of like constantly wrecking us. So we can simulate that. I'll do it in Director 5 because this is Director 5. So make a script, change it to be a movie script. I think this will work. And then we put that again into mouse up. It should be here. And so there's mouse up, there's mouse down. And then, that's right, transition we got to do. So get rid of this. We'll put in a very, a nice 3-second transition that's ultra smooth. And on frame 1, we'll put in a red square. Just pretend that's red. And we'll pick a different square for this one. And then I guess on this script we'll go to frame or go to loop. And then oh, okay. Thank you, Stephen. Yeah, I'm really terrible at that. Sorry for just broadcasting a blank screen for the past 10 or so minutes. Yeah, okay. So we're just making a little test movie here to test the behavior of like mouse behavior. I should actually check to see if that's... Yeah, okay. It did switch. I really need a third screen because I have like barely enough room to do this and the chat and stuff. Okay, so we've got this here. We set it to go to loop. We've put in a little transition there. Actually, maybe this one I want to kind of wait for mouse click or key press and then just get rid of that. I think that counts as a mouse down event. I move the mouse over here. Yeah, okay. So it looks like we're kind of doing the right thing, mostly. Because you can see here that like when I do a mouse down with those coordinates and then move the mouse on the other side of the transition, yeah, the coordinates move. So that part seems to be all right. It could be that maybe we're calling the wrong one of these handlers. I don't know. We'll have to like kind of mess around with it. So I think what's happening, right, is that, like, here of all places, there is a directional arrow to go back, which is getting automatically triggered by the mouse up handler. Despite the fact that clicking that is... So, like, was that mouse up? Okay, there was a mouse up, and then there was mouse down. Okay, mouse down was never called. It was always just mouse up. We can check this. B mouse up. Okay, call the mouse up. It calls a second mouse up. Why is that? Why is it calling a second mouse up? 3 mouse ups. Oh, actually no. Technically, it only called 2 mouse ups, but that's still one too many. Why is it? It should be. The first mouse up should have been eating it. Okay, so we call this function here, which is happening inside process events, as expected. We finish that handler, which opens the trunk. Oh, I see, which then goes to frame... Okay, which then calls a command that goes to frame 82. I think I might see... I think I might see what's going on. Right, and then we continue on. And then eventually, after all of this... Yeah, okay, so it calls... Did it call a second mouse up? It freaking does. It calls a second one. Also in process events. I don't understand how it has kind of got to... Because I only clicked the mouse once. And yet it's calling it a second time. Alright, so the... Oh, okay, alright, so... I think this might be the... Let's just look at this very carefully, because there is a process which allows kind of events to bleed through or bubble over. But I thought that that was like an opt-in rather than an opt-out process. And I didn't think it was doing that. So that's event 2. Event 1 is here. So we can see 525, 551, 673. Okay, it's like almost as if there's two copies. I'm excited if we can like figure this out, because I'm pretty sure the same issue is, there's a similar issue at least that's causing issues with, yeah, a similar issue that's causing issues with pause, personal automated wagging system, which is really fun and I think I tried tracing it down and I kind of couldn't reproduce it because there was too much going on. But if this is the same deal, then that's cool. It's cool we can get that working. Okay. So 551. Interesting. So it doesn't, okay, that doesn't look like there's any fall through there. 525. How about if we just turn on event logging? Oh crap, no, that's Professor Finkel. I don't care about that anymore. Debug flag, enable events, debug flag, disable lingo exec. Okay, so I click on the trunk once. So that starts the event script, ScummVM generic event script member 24. End of execution. Then it basically runs this twice. That should not be happening. Oh. Hold the phone. This time it is starting an event script, which is a mouse up score script. This guy here is starting a event script, which is different. Okay. So that's interesting. Actually, no. It follows it up with a. It follows it up with a score script one. It tries to do that, then it tries to do this, which gets processed. Then the movie gets stepped. Then, apropos of nothing, it'll start another event script. So I guess there must be... Yeah, okay, because it's meant to be... It's meant to be opt-in. Because pass event was false. Starting event script. So like this would this implies that there are multiple mouse up events on the queue, which seems... That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right at all. Up to 16? No, 17. Oh wait, is it the process that like the process that feeds into that, which also says like what type of script and stuff to use? Maybe that's where I'm kind of going wrong. Yeah, alright. So lower than 400, we push 2 copies of the event. Default plus, queue any objects that respond to this event in order of precedence. Sprite, cast member, frame, movie. Okay. One of these objects handles the event. Any event handlers queued for the same event will be ignored unless the pass command is called. But that's not happening. That is not... Something about that is not happening. Okay, so it's pushing 2 mouse up events. That seems to be legit, except... What's the pass thing called, maybe? No, the logs would have said if the pass thing was being called, but they did not. Oh, and also they would say one would be sprite and one would be cast. Okay, interesting. Okay, so that one's from the frame handler. Okay, so sprite handler ones runs first. Yep, so that would be this first one here. I'll just copy paste that info into here, and then continue that. Okay, and then this one is attached to the frame handler. Oh, right, okay, yep, I see. Right, so there was one for a cast handler, and then it fell through to the frame handler. Once one of these objects handles the event, any event handlers queued for the same event will be ignored unless the pass command was called. So does that mean... Okay, and the pass handler wasn't called that time. Starting event script, enter frame, store script. Yeah, okay. Executing event handler. Oh, okay. Let's turn on level 9. That'll give us more info. So continue. Okay, so we click here. You run the mouse up handler. Okay, no matching script for event mouse up member 0 of okay, so the cast one didn't do anything. But there is one for the score script. However, why is it like the whole point is that it will be ignored unless the pass command is called. Tell me about the pass command. Okay, this event handler contains statements that are activated when the mouse button is pressed. When the mouse button is pressed, Lingo searches these locations in order for an on-mouse down handler. Lingo stops searching when it reaches the first location unless the handler includes the pass command to explicitly pass the mouse down message onto the next location. Okay. And then to clarify how we set pass. Okay, bpass just sets pass event. Which we check here, okay, and presumably no pass event is false. Oh, because last event ID, okay, I see, right, because oh, no. Okay, I understand now. Right. Here's what's going on. This code here expects, like, when you click on the mouse and there's like, it racks up a few different ones, it expects them all to be lined up one after the other. But that is not happening. What's happening is that one is, well, I mean, they're being queued up. However, they're not being processed in the same order. And because we have like a very simple mechanism of, oh, what was the very last event that we were doing? Oh, it was this one. But in reality, the last event that we processed wasn't a mouse. It was something else. Like, you can see here, it was trying to do like this idle handler, which is, you know, completely different. What I don't... Okay, then... Alright, well, it's obvious that this here is not working. But then that raises two more questions. One is which... What is actually in the queue? Because it doesn't seem like it's executing in the way that we're expecting it to. And then I guess that would then dictate how do we sort it out. Okay, well, it's been about 3 hours, so I'm actually going to take a quick break. This is already kind of just leave on a procedural cliffhanger like this. Yeah, just relax. Go refill your tea, do whatever it is that you need to do to relax. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, and we will try and we'll try and just kind of keep shoehorning this game to get it working. See you in a bit. And we're back. Okay. I think I understand what was going wrong. Where to begin? Director has like a really complicated way of like processing events, and the short version is we have to queue them all up so that we can do things like the, you know, like we were demonstrating before, how, like for instance, if I click like before, yeah, if I click here and then move the mouse, you'll see that like kind of the start and the end position change. So it has to wait until the end of that transition before it plays the mouse up event. And yeah, that, and like we do that by putting every single event in a queue and then processing it at the right time. The trouble with this perfect system is that there is what's called, there's kind of two separate queues. There is this kind of one which is ad hoc, and then there's a separate one in score.cpp which is just used for input events, I believe. Yeah, this guy. And what's happening is that this is doing like a couple of things. It's then breaking out because we change frame, which tells the engine freeze the state, come back to it later. It then does like a bunch of other events like the idle event, which is done in the ad hoc queue. And by the time it comes back to the input event queue, then it's too late. So we have, and yeah, we've got this flag is input event, which should distinguish between them. So I believe that what we would need to do, like we may as well just use the is input event flag to help us out. But we are currently keeping track of this last event ID. And last event ID is literally just being kept in here, which isn't quite right. So I think we're gonna have to move that up to, we're probably gonna have to move that up to, I was going to say we'd have to move it up to like the lingo execution object, but that's probably going to cause us more problems. Or it's going to cause us different problems. Because we have, yeah, the thing is like this object is shared by every movie that's currently executing on the screen. Realistically, what we want is something that is tied to the score. Because the score, actually either the score or the movie, I haven't decided. Maybe the movie? I mean, the input queue is owned by the movie, so it makes sense that the movie, yeah, it makes sense that the movie would have that. Okay, fine. Oh yeah, and we've already got like a link to get current movie, so let's put another flag on movie and keep track of it there. Because why not? So really it would be something like movie, last event ID, can you pass on an exit frame? I imagine the answer is going to be yes. Okay, well, we'll talk about the pass command there. No, I mean, yeah, okay. There's no pass because there's no. It just sends the one event. So that's fine. So that we do that. So that we move that here. And then add in a new flag. So tell me about where this gets set. This gets set... Oh cool, it gets set in... Okay, it's part of the constructor. It is part of the constructor. Wanna... Okay, an event ID... Okay, event ID is literally just an incrementing integer. Okay, right, yep. I get it. Alright, so every type of event has an incrementing ID, which is fine, which then means we need to... I think we just need to limit it to input types. I think limiting to input types would work. Current input event type. Okay, and that's a symbol. Right, okay. I think this goes up here. Alright, and then we just go back. Okay, there we go. So now we've added like the smallest possible piece of sticky tape to to the engine. And hopefully that will mean now that mouse, I don't know, I can click the mouse without having to worry about moving it a few pixels and then it's screwing up. At least that's the dream. That's the impossible dream. Yeah, okay. And if this works, then we might have to look into doing the bare minimum to make the mouse over stuff work, so we can save the game. I don't feel confident going all the way into this if we can't have the save game feature working, for what would hope to be obvious reasons. But with luck, it shouldn't be too much graft to get the save games working. Okay. New game. We'll just skip ahead. Okay. Let's see if I can pick up the jumper cables without losing my mind. It's working. It's working as it damn well should. Okay, fantastic. Let's just bag that change before we continue. Okay. Director lingo. Just check for whatever the hell it was called. In director, currently we fire multiple copies of this same input event to account for possible cascade, then cancel it out by checking the last event ID. It is previously, the handler could cause a context freeze, wrecking which would trigger a different event and remove the last event ID, making the handler mouse up, run multiple times. Fixes most mouse interaction, or should we say makes mouse interactions more tolerable in cracking the conspiracy. Right, okay, that's...
Oh, thank God that was a dream.
Now.
Yeah, hold on.
Your engine oil pressure is critical.
Thank you very much for the follow, Bingus to Dingus. Fantastic name. A+.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So, next big issue, save games. I believe the save game menu is here in the organizer.
Save humanity from something
Power.
There's an old uranium mine outside of Rachel, Nevada with a connect.
Okay, no, that's... Maybe that's not it. It's a controller. Is it a menu? Huh, I can't remember, like... I can't remember... Guess I better check out the help file. So we got interface. Using the mouse. There are several key commands. Press Q to quit the game, press L to load a save game from the disk, press S to save the current game from the disk. Okay. So we hit save, then we get this. And apparently we can save the games. Oh, Bingus to Dingus says, are you fixing any ScummVM games at all, or just specific ones? I know a glitch I haven't seen anyone mention. I would say that, I guess, like, the area that I know the most about is Macromedia Director, so that's currently where we're fixing stuff. I don't know, what kind of glitch are we talking about? Which engine? They're always fun to hear about at the very least. Okay. So that's saved something to the disk. We can look at... Yeah, okay, so it saves all the save games into the same file, and we can see here that it's... Yeah, so it's got our state, it's got like the inventory items that we've got. It's just a question of how do we load this? And you might be thinking, surely you just press L to load a game, and then click on... Interesting. Don't know why there's only one item showing in the menu when I've got two save games, but... And yeah, you might be thinking, oh, I will just click on this item. Well, the developers of Cracking the Conspiracy decided it's more important that we have fancy rollover effects and just tie everything to that. So you can see here in the scripting layer, it's basically just saying, it's doing like a whole bunch of rollover checks. It's calling this extra, which is called RTK, which is specifically just for doing like fancy rollover checks. And I think that that's meant to be doing a different... what's it called? That extension, you call this, it then does like its own interception of what's going on in Director, and it will try and call some code for you. Like you can define like a on rollover handler, which I think that we're going to need a code in, or else we're not going to get anywhere with save games, which is unfortunate. But all right, so let's engines, Director, lingo, extras. So here's the stub, like all of these kind of, so basically like extensions, which are called extras in Director, they're all written in C, and that essentially means that we can't do it, we can't run them in emulation. We have to rewrite them, or at least like write the bare amount that we need to make them work. So what we see here is like, this is just a stub. I've got a script which you can put a DLL into, and it will just generate a bunch of C++, which by default does nothing. So I did find this keen looking URL before, which had information about the calling convention. Biggest Dingus says it's in Sam and Max. You can permanently softlock by leaving Trixies before Gator Golf is added to the map. Outside a trailer, you open inventory and examine the Gator Golf card, then the unexamined fish magnet. When the game adds the locations to the map, it uses the same initial map state for both, so one is lost forever. Oh god, that is insidious. Is that like a ScummVM special, or does that happen in the original game as well? Because that seems like a very kind of specific order of events. I mean, if it happens in the original, that's also fine. Like, you've got... I don't know offhand who is working on the ScummVM engine at the moment, but there are people who specialize in doing like little hot patches for the old scripts. Oh, what was I doing? That's right, I was going here. On roll. Okay, so there is... Oh, there's start rollover and end rollover. I see, okay. So we would need to... So my guess is that, like, the reason it needs to, like, call this is so that there's an entry point which it could then use to, like, kick off execution of, like, start rollover and end rollover, if there is such a handover, such a condition. So let's just dig in. Let's just dig in and see what happens. So what we would need to do is we would need to interesting. Okay, so this there is another thing which we could do, which is we could maybe, like, keep the code... Instead of having code in here, we could have code in the main engine, which treats start rollover and end rollover like an actual event. Because I'm thinking about, like, where along the line would we learn about... I mean, no, I'm overthinking this. All we need to do is in check for rollovers, we just keep track of what the current sprite is, and then we just have a latch. That's, Oh, Bingus Dingus says, no clue if it's a problem on OG. Anyway, just thought you might be interested. I'll watch and lurk. No worries. Good to have you around. Yeah, okay. I'm overthinking this. We'll just have a latch. So all we're going to do is check what the current rolled over sprite is. If it's new, call check. There is a handler, And yeah, like, okay, where are the various... So there's like... Oh, and okay, and it provides the sprite as an argument. I think that's right. And then there's all this other stuff like enable cast member detection and such, but I don't think this game is using any of those, so we may just be able to get away with this. But then like okay, but like, given that this is going to be an extra, I don't think it's injecting events. I imagine it would just be calling the stuff in line here. So where is our object with all this stuff in it? Oh, yeah. Actually, we'll make it 0. It's easier to figure out. So how do we currently get the rollovers? We get that from... Right, so we get the mouse position. We then ask the score to check the current rollover. Yeah, okay, all these sound reasonable. Let's just do that. Yeah, so like the reason like they needed like an entire separate library for it is that the only native feature that Director gives you to figure this out, you get like one function called rollover, and you give it a number between 1 to 48, which is the number of the sprite on the screen, and then it'll tell you yes or no, like true or false, which is it's not great. It's not a very usable way of doing doing this kind of stuff. So I can understand why you'd want to use a library which doesn't suck to bridge this functionality. Oh, I should also check for rollovers. Yeah, okay. Min args -1. Okay, max args. That. Yeah, what we want is... what do we want? Yeah, we want get mouse sprite ID from pos, I think, is the closest to thing we want. Oh, except... Oh, no, but that's using... is mouse in rather than get rollover VBox. There is a slight difference. Like Rodney's fun screen really... Like, we invented this for Rodney's fun... I can't remember if it was fun screen or one to win. No, it was fun screen. Rodney's fun screen really needs this because it does a whole bunch of, like, moving stuff around and then expecting the old bounding box to still work, which is something that happens in Director 3. Later versions of Director don't have that issue. I'm pretty sure. So actually, maybe we're fine. Maybe we don't need to worry about that if... Yeah, here we go. In D4 and below, the rollover command will check against whatever the last contents of the sprite were, regardless of whether the score has it zeroed it out. This is technically an extra, which is only D5 and above. So maybe we don't care about that. Maybe we can just get away with is mouse in. Oh wait, no, but rollover. Rollover is a bounding box check. It's not a is the sprite in check, I think. We can check. If I create another, actually no, stop. Media element, bitmap. This bitmap is going to be this face. There we go. So if I do this and then what's the trick? What's the oh, okay, and we change the ink type to background transparent. There we go. Oh, Arvenla says, gotta go. We'll be eyeing your changes to RTK as I'm looking into Lowensan. Yeah, I will try and tune in tomorrow. Past few weeks, I've just been like absolutely chock-a-block of stuff, but yeah. Have a good rest of your night. What are we doing? So I wanted to check if the rollover counts for like the bit on the edge. So okay. So let's go here. Oh my god, really? Get out of here. Move all that over here. Get rid of that transition. Get rid of that timing thing. And then I think, oh yeah, okay. So like on mouse up, put, what sprite is the face in? It's in, okay, it's a number 2. Put rollover 2. Okay, so no rollover here, no rollover here. There is rollover when I'm clicking on the sprite. What if I click in the eye? Okay. No, it's a bounding box check, because you can see the transparent parts don't affect it. Okay. Oh, hey, M. says, looking back now and learning about 1, now I understand how easy it is done. Any number of times by 1 will stay the same. It's working. Like you were giving him stick for kind of like the songs being bad, but they work. Tell me now if you're gonna misremember how to multiply something by 1. Just remember, you gotta get your cup, you gotta get your beans, and if you put like 1 bean in every cup, then you'll multiply properly, I think. It's literally M. says it's literally stuck in my head. I mean, like I'm deathly curious to know what the second, because they, as far as I can tell, they made 2 Professor Finkel games. The second Professor Finkel game comes on 2 CDs. I have not looked at it yet, so that's promise of a lot more FMV. Samantha says, I see an instrument in the background. Do you work in the music industry, do it stuff, or do you earn your living any other way? I would say that it is optimistic to say that there is a music industry that appears to be dead. Other than that, no, I just play for fun, really. And yeah, I do dev for a living. If it wasn't obvious, this is not this work specifically. I don't do that for money, but you know, other less interesting stuff. M. Fleury says, what we really want to know is when will you be covering the Finkel tracks? I don't know. I need to work on my I need to work on getting that proper fake Clint Eastwood cadence. You know, like the whole like get me a drink, bartender. Like it's harder than it sounds to make it sound not bad. We're so close. We're so freaking close with this. I just want to check. Is Mousin actually doing a... Yeah, okay. No, it's doing a bounding box check. Oh, I suppose if we're going to be, like, sensible, because there may be another extension which needs it. I'm going to do it properly. Get... Like, if we replace this check sprite rollover with something else. Actually, are we doing that right? Are we doing that right? Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, alright. That's an important difference. So, if we... So technically, rollover can be true for multiple sprites at the same time. Because it's just, you know... So if I like click here, on this big blue sprite, we'll get just 1. Well, you know, 1 and 0. But if I click on the face, it should be 1 and 1. Yeah, okay. And if I click on just the face, then it's 0 and 1. Okay. I understand now. So it is different. It is different than what I was expecting. So I think this would be... Okay. These two examples show you the easiest way to change a cast member with the rollover toolkit. Notify your sprite, cast member, frame, movie, whatever about the start or end of a rollover. Okay. The rollover toolkit for pen works will notify your sprite, cast member, frame, whatever about the... Okay. It doesn't really talk about whether or not you can have multiple at the same time. Because that could be like a real big problem. By setting member number of the rolled over sprite to that of the film loop, the sprite rolled over. Okay, I'm assuming that, yeah, we might need to track every instance of a rollover. So like the state of every single sprite on the screen, which could be rough. I don't know. Well, maybe we can test it. Because yeah, the thing that's not clear is that if we have like, if I move my mouse from here into here, does that count as a rollover end event for this sprite, or does it just count as a rollover enter event for this sprite? I am not certain, but we can figure this out. So save as does 5. Actually, I'm gonna have to quit now. Does 5 extras. Oh, okay. Bollocks. That's going to be a problem. They're all 32-bit, which means I can't test on Windows 3.1. That kind of sucks. I'll have to fire up Windows. Fire up Windows proper, which I mean, I suppose I could also try just running in Wine. That's also an option. You know what? I haven't tried that. Maybe I should just try running in Wine. Oh, but I don't have the serial number. That could be a problem. later. Requires at least 10 megabytes of virtual okay, come on. Wine config. I think maybe this is the reason why I didn't bother trying it before. Let's go home here. Games. Win 16. Director 5, Director 32. Run this in Windows 95 mode. God damn it, alright. So it's doing some kind of virtual memory thing, which means I can't. Seventh Earth says, wine staging just got a fix for director games last week. Maybe you should update to that. I think I'm on wine staging. I also did an update, sorry, wine version. Wine 10.8. Okay, maybe I'm not on wine staging. Oh well. So we better just copy that. Right, and it was director 5. Don't remind me. Okay. Desktop. Libraries? Oh my god. Where's downloads? Just give me downloads. Don't give me the sass. Right, okay. So we've got our test movie. So then we just go on idle. And then we also need to change the movie script to have not check for rollovers. It'll be like this is name of extra. How do you open a damn extra? I remember it's easier than opening an X object, which I can never remember the syntax for. Or, oh no, isn't it that case like it'll automatically get loaded because I put it in the right folder, I think? Am I overthinking this? Oh, okay, there's extra. Extra not found. Why is that? Oh, because I gotta put it in directors extras folder as well, I think. How about now? Okay. Let's try again. Put extra RTK. Gotta be kidding me. So we've got oh, it's called rollover toolkit. God, okay, yeah, all right. That one's on me. So if I go like put extra rollover toolkit, yeah, okay, I see how it is. Hey, rollover toolkit. And then we can go put whatever the stupid thing was called. Check for rollovers. Yeah, okay. So it's there. So then we just go back to this script here. Check for rollovers. And then on here, we can go make a sprite script for this, and we go on. Ah, God. What was the exact? Okay, on start rollover and end rollover. Okay. And is the over capitalized in rollover? No, it's not. Okay. Let's see how that works. Symbol expected. Did I... Oh, okay. Sprite is a registered word, so I'll just go SP. Okay. There we go. So moving into and out of the square. Ah, but look at this. So moving onto the different sprite counts as leaving the square. Okay, that's good. That greatly simplifies how we need to do this. Instead of having to like keep track of every single sprite on the screen, we just need to keep track of the last thing that we move the mouse over. That's quite good. So we can stop that. I'll just double check by adding an copy this, a sprite script. Face. Face. Yeah, okay. That's all. That is working how I expect it to work. There's no weird masking, no nothing. Okay, so we can make a really basic one of this with very little effort. But I'm glad that we tested that because we just, you know, better that than like to make something based on vibes and then find out later that it doesn't work. Oh, dedicated lurking 9 to 5 says that face is really cursed. Thank you. I try my best. Okay. Alright, so we can just make it as, like, simple as we wish. As far as I'm aware, we don't have to worry about holes. Although, maybe we do. Yeah, so for a previous game that we were looking at, Derat Sorcerum, we discovered there is the concept of a hole, where you can have things on the... what's it called? Specifically, if I make like a text box here, and I say, I don't know... medallions. And I make it multiple lines, and then I go in here and... no, don't change that. Change this. And we change... freaking hell, okay. That's annoying. And I didn't save anything. But essentially there is like a state where certain things can count as just like a whole, like the scroll buttons on a text box especially, they count as a hole that just goes straight through the center of the center of the canvas. But in this particular instance, I'm happy just doing a check against the rollover B box. Doesn't have to be more complicated than that. What am I doing wrong? Like, channels no member get rollover B box. Oh, right, because I capitalized the B. Fine. Interesting. Okay. Right. Okay. So there's so it's a global state thing. Because sometimes, like, you have objects which keep track of things per instance. Like, you can create multiple copies of Rollover Toolkit, and then, like, each one keeps track of its own thing. This looks like it just uses a global, which I guess means we have to... I can't remember how we deal with global state for some of these other ones. Gotta refresh my memory. Like this one, I'm pretty sure this one is... Yeah, it's a built-in command. Oh, okay, right. So we've got this variable here, which is like open xlib state. Which I think is just used for this so far, which is fun. Guess we can just add another one. What is open xlib state a hash anyway? Okay, so it's a string to abstract object. Fine, we can do that. I see, I see. Okay, so we gotta do some more boilerplate. We'll just call this. Okay. How does it... Okay, how does that even work? Oh, because I misspelled the second one. Unknown rollover toolkit. Oh, yeah. Fine. Okay, just does nothing. Okay, and then we're getting there. We're getting there slowly. Oh, I see. Yep, this is the key. So I'll grab this. Okay. So if we go state, like the rollover, if sprite ID doesn't equal state sprite Okay. Okay, so if if it does, yeah, if it doesn't equal that, and the last spread doesn't equal 0. Then we go state. And then we go if new sprite doesn't equal 0. I think that makes sense. Then we've got start rollover. So now the question is, how do we call start rollover? Because technically start rollover can be attached to like pretty much anything. Which could be a problem. Lingo events. Yeah, so we've got queue event here, which then pushes this stuff onto the input event handler. But I'm more interested in how it resolves what kind of handler to use. And whether it cascades. If it cascades, that could be an issue. Lets you set up handlers for rollers with the same ease that you check for mouse up and mouse down events. Just create a handler for startup, rollover, or end rollover events and attach them to your sprite or cast member or frame or movie just like it was built in. Okay. So that does imply it gets treated this very similar to an input event. Which means that it would have, well, we could, okay, we're gonna have to, oh, it crashed, didn't it? God damn it, all right. Gonna have to do another test to see how much work we gotta do. So say that I go in here and I add 2 on start rollover. Okay, so we now have this one on the frame. So first thing I want to check. Yeah, all right. So the rollover scripts do actually happen during this. They don't get delayed for later. That's good to know. My guess was correct. Oh, wait, no, I am full of it. Oh, actually, no, that's correct. It's yeah, that's fine. Good. Now the question is, does it do delegation? So if I grab this and I add a sprite script, which is very similar, and we call it sprite start rollover, sprite end rollover, and then we go back to this script here, and then turn off these because these are no longer helpful. So we've got the frame ones. Yeah, okay. Okay, so it only does one. What happens if I do... What happens if in the sprite one, I say pass? Does it do both? If it does, that's like a ton more work, but... Okay. No, okay, it does not bother to deal with part. Oh no, crap, it does. It does deal with pass, which then means it's technically an input event. Fine. This is fine. This is great. This is great. Okay. Aren't we glad we checked? Interesting. Okay, so future versions of Director have apparently have an event called mouse enter and leave, which is equivalent to what this extension does. We could maybe repurpose that and just fake it, or at least save us from like adding like a special input class just for that. Do I have? This is the handler that's triggered when the end user cursor enters the area of a sprite. The event message is sent once at the time of the actual event. You can use it in score scripts or attach it in the behavior scripts. This script is a quick and easy way to create a rollover, a change in the appearance of a button before it's even clicked. Okay, so it is literally mouse enter and mouse exit or mouse leave. So I think that we would probably have to, yeah, we would need to use the input event. Oh god, all right. I'm not having a fun time because The problem is that we're already in the middle of executing something. And that's typically... I mean... I guess we could freeze the context. We could freeze the context and then start again with an input event. Maybe. You know what? Let's try that. Let's try that. Except... Okay. Alright, so we've got that. Oh god, alright. Now we're gonna have to put in... some... Alright, maybe then what we have to do is register... we're gonna have to register like everything that uses bloody start rollover and end rollover as if it were like mouse enter and mouse exit, depending on whether or not we've got the extra enabled. Which kind of sucks, but... Sorry, this suddenly isn't very exciting. I do sometimes leave some of the more thankless jobs to do on stream so that I have like an incentive to just to do them as opposed to like vegging out on the TV. So we're all sharing together in the pain. Yeah, okay. I think it's here, maybe? Okay, so when we... Oh no, that's patching code. Okay, don't care about that. I'm trying to look at the place where like event handlers is being set up for the first time. Because I cannot remember where. There's a few different spots. Maybe it's here. It could either be lingo object as well. Okay, no, that's a copy constructor, so there's nothing there. Define? Oh, event handler type IDs contains key name. Maybe this is the juice. Because if this is defined dynamically, we could add in a cheeky definition here for, or a cheeky mapping for that. Yeah, okay. So let's just check out, if I quit this, init event handler types. The question is like, is this code going to be called like after we learn that we're using the rollover toolkit? And if the answer is yes, then I guess we just preemptively will register on rollover and on what's it called, you know, on enter rollover and on whatever the I can't remember what the two were called. Okay, so it's just starting up here. It's okay. Maybe it's a little too early. Because like where do all of the xlibs get loaded? They get loaded. Oh, sorry, the extras. Load extras from path, okay. I see, yeah, so it's here. And then... Okay, and that calls open xlib for each one. Which I think runs the constructor. If it runs the constructor, then we are good. We can do like a hot patch there. Yep, okay, good. So let's be what is it called? And I guess, yeah, in here we'll make our sneaky mod to Okay, so first calls init event handler types. Then it calls load extras from path. And then it calls rollover toolkit extra open. Kraken. So we should be fine then to inside here. No, it's oh, okay, so these event type IDs.
Your engine oil pressure is critical.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Skittle Sour. I'm at a loss as to why, but thank you. Let's... Okay, add some extra mappings. This thing here, okay. So we've got these descriptions. It's iterating through all of them. Okay, and then it's like a forward and reverse mapping. That's fine, we can do that. So in this instance, we would need okay, handler and name. So we would only want name goes to handler. Because if we did the reverse one, then that would break in Director 6. And then back in here. Oh my word, come on. With the two accursed things, it was start rollover and end rollover. K event, mouse enter. Samanthar says, is there a reason why you create pull requests that hang around for some days instead of committing directly to the ScummVM main repository as other team members do? Part of it is that I want the test to run, and part of it is that I thought I had something for this. Mostly it's just I want the test to run. And if other people look at it, great. Oh, I mean, yeah, that really, yeah, it's because I want the test to run, and if I just commit straight to the branch, then it runs the risk of just breaking everything, and it's easier to just kind of accrue things over time, and then if it gets reviewed, it gets reviewed. Because there's just so much surface area in this thing. there's occasionally you get, there are tiny changes that are guaranteed small, like changing a detection entry, but this is playing with the guts of the event system, so definitely want the test to run before doing that. Okay, so we've added these stupid mappings. Now we actually got to figure out how to... Okay, we've added these mappings, which now means that director will go ahead and... Oh, sorry, the engine will go ahead and flag any methods that are called start rollover, end rollover as event handlers, which is important for kind of name resolution stuff. I believe that covers most things. And yeah, like, okay, we've got this method here called resolved script event, which takes the event type and then, yeah, okay, like it does like a whole kind of cavalcade of checking stuff. But yeah, then there's cascade, which means we technically need to use the queue, which is annoying. Yeah, I was hoping that it would just be a case of, oh, just use whatever one is at the top, but that isn't how it's played. We got to treat it as if it's an input event, which adds problems. Although, oh no, oh crap, it's got to happen. Technically, the timing says it's got to happen inside the same. Ugh. You know what? For the purposes of finishing within an hour, let's just get it to queue up an event. And then we don't have to worry about like running, we don't have to worry about freezing the context and then unfreezing it or anything. We just get those sweet events put on the queue. I just gotta remember where they are registered. Is it window, I think? Windows where they get racked up. Good lord, I was looking at this like not that long ago. Why is it now just kind of fled out of my head? Okay, there's this guy here. Which is then called by... Okay, let's just put things on the input event queue, and then it'll eventually get picked up by this, and then hopefully everything else will just work. Okay, now I gotta remember the syntax for lingo event. Right, okay, and then it's got to be like all of the oh, it's just movie queue event. Okay. I swear to God. All right. K. Okay. Yeah, that's the assignment. K event mouse leave. Target ID is going to be whatever the leaving sprite was. Pause. Okay, now we're just gonna fix all the typos. 1565. Oh yeah, okay. That's on me. Get rid of that. Okay, what I think we'll do is we will put in a cheeky breakpoint here just to see if the code is racking it up properly. Oh, okay, no, that's... I missed a spot. I gotta add an empty constructor. Gotta add an empty constructor. Constructor for this must explicitly initialize the base class, which does not have a default constructor. Okay, fine. You got me. Okay, how does this other cursed thing do it? Oh, okay. We just need to do that. Okay. Now all we got to do is put a breakpoint in here for lingo events.cpp 505 if l dot What is it? Not l.event.id, but l.event. That's it. So regardless of what happened, it should now be like putting those events on the queue. It just might not be resolving them to anything. And of course I open my fat mouth and... Oh, okay. Missing state. Okay, so that's... So it's calling check for rollovers, but it is not. Did I type that wrong? Oh, crap. Okay, that's why. I didn't rename a thing. Dangers of copy pasta. Just gotta wait through this wonderful intro animation one more time. Look at this! Look at this! It's big! It's big text. And I forgot to add in the breakpoint. But we can do that. It's promising. Real promising. So... .505 if L event equals K event. There we go. So we'll try and resolve the script event. Interesting. Okay, so tell me more about this event that we created. Okay, it's got an ID. I've got interesting. All right, so it just has the mouse position, but it does not have the channel ID, which I thought I was giving it that. I kind of thought I was giving it that. Because yeah, like the whole point of like this target ID was meant to do that. I see. Okay, so we've got like these mouse down things. Is target ID even freaking you? Okay, it's used in. I see. Okay, so it's just used for event callback. That's less helpful. That's less helpful than I was expecting it to be. And then all these other ones, which... Okay, all these other ones are based on position, which... Sure, okay. But... Oh, we're so close. We're so close. Okay, that's here. Lingo event. Okay, so SI is an argument. SI is an argument that could be done with that. Which by default, okay, which by default is nothing. Hang on, alright, so we've got script ID, we've got event ID, we've got script type, channel ID, script ID. I guess, oh, channel ID, that's what, okay. That's what we gotta check, or we gotta set. Except we don't really have a... Right. So we have, okay, we've got like resolved script event, which is doing all this. Okay, and then all these other, okay. Because at the moment, the default the default behavior is to check what sprite is currently there with the mouse cursor. Because so many of the events, you know, as we've seen before, if you move the mouse cursor around, it gives, you know, it assumes that whatever the mouse cursor is currently on is the thing that you want. We want the opposite. We want to be able to specify ahead of time what sprite we want to use, which we can, because there is a field in event called channel ID. However, we need the ability to override it. And that is what we kind of got to do. So we go... Okay. Alright, so we've got that ability to override it. Okay, so we've done that. Then... crap. Okay. Okay, then we need to make a new type of... Okay. So in this method here, which is queuing up events, we need to change the constructor of Lingo events so that we can specify. If event Okay, and then here we got to make another. We got to make another constructor. What's the current handler that they're using? They're using this one, which has a little, I think, EHST. Oh, okay, no, it's the second one. I'm incorrect. It's all using the second one. So the second one we need to mod to have CI equals 0. Okay, and then now all of these get modded. Actually, no, we can inject that. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do these as well. Okay. Oh, hey Qruns. Qrun says, my partner is excited that Riven on Steam got a ScummVM version bump. Yeah, it is kind of cool that it is kind of cool that Mist and Riven use ScummVM on the back end. At least Riven Classic. I know the new one's kind of a little bit beyond ScummVM. They added quite a lot of stuff. Let's just skip ahead of this. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this. It took it took like 2.5 hours, but look at this. The save game thing is still broken, but we can do this. That's not nothing. Holy mother, okay. And we can see here that yeah, like it's executing the idle handler. Where's the mouse enter? Yep, and it's picking up those rollover things as mouse enter and mouse exit, which is nice. Okay. All right, that's Ooh, all right. By just clicking insistently, it seemed to work. Where's my inventory? Okay, this is good news. Okay, we can save games. This is a game changer. But I can Interesting, okay. I can't remember, like, where I saved my game last time around, but let's try and break into the mine again with the time that we have left.
Well, well, what are you looking for?
We are looking for a mine.
Are you a claim jumper?
No.
Well, if you can answer my riddle, I'll let you pass.
It's Ghost. The answer to your riddle is Ghost.
Has anyone figured it out? But I'll ask it anyways. Do you know who I am? I'm the one who throws the parties, but some think I'm a fake. Precede me with the 7th sign, and you may claim my stake. So, you ain't as dumb as you look, eh? Well, like I promised you, what's mine is yours.
Did I mention how much nicer it is now that, like, I don't have to, like, be careful about moving the mouse by 1 pixel? Okay. Look, I can move the mouse all the way over here and we don't get ricocheted around.
Okay.
Okay, let's quickly now, grab the dynamite, look at the stove, grab the old map. Okay. I think we have everything now. Yes, please leave. We've got everything. Okay, so now we go over here. We put the dynamite on here. We attach the jumper cables to the dynamite. We attach the plunger to the terminals. And then we kind of hurt ourselves a bit. Okay. You enter Groom Mine. The air is damp and cool, and you worry a little about how old and decrepit the mine might be. Okay, well at this point we can look at the mine, sorry, the map that we have. The bats narrowly miss you. Okay, that's like another chance for random damage. So we want to... Oh, crap. I think we just go straight to the end, and then left, up... Oh. Oh, you unwillingly decide to walk under the loose support. A large rock hits you on the head and causes you 80 points of damage. Okay. So evidently, like, you need to slow down before that. And now we have this locking mechanism puzzle, which is made more difficult by the fact that we have a 16-bit image rendering problem. The door circuit switches have been configured incorrectly. So I might... Did I have 2 sets of changes in there? I remember like there was the mouse fixing one. Oh no, I committed the mouse fixing one. So we'll just commit what we have here. Huh, alright. Now this puzzle here is kind of made slightly harder by the fact that some of these sprites you can't really tell what is going on. Draw all. Draw all? Okay, so we have like cast member 156 versus cast member 157, I guess. And yeah, they're 16 bits per pixel. And like in one case the pitch is 20, in the other case the pitch is 30. And like 157 looks correct. So 30 against all odds looks fine. I mean, 30 is such a weird pitch. It's, yeah, like, because usually you'd want to do it either, because yeah, usually you would do it as like a multiple of 4, because the whole point of pitch is that it makes it easier to kind of blit quickly. And because you have a 32-bit machine, you generally want your pitch. I mean, ideally it's a power of 2, but like multiple of 4 is, you know, I think we're meant to round it up to multiple of 4. So I don't even know how we're getting 30. 30 seems wrong. Okay, so like less than Director V4, we round up to 16. And then this one for greater than V4, we then just trust it to be correct, which seems like it isn't working. Mines.dxr. Okay. Okay, well, what we're going to do is we're going to put in a breakpoint. If, what is the cast idea is like, we'll pick one of the bad ones. 157 was the good one. One of the bad ones was, I guess 158. Oh no, 150. Yeah. Oh no, 158 is cooked. That'll do. Okay. So we've got Alright, so we have our pitch, which is this, and then we normalize it using that. Which comes down to 18. Ah, crap. Okay, then it tries to load. Oh, okay, crap. Del 3. Okay, so we got that initial one. Cast 158. Cast 157. Alright, we've got like 18 minutes left. 18 minutes left to figure out how to do a dump properly. Maybe I just need to visit the room in the mine. Oh, there we go. That time it worked. Okay, and it wasn't loaded before. And then we go... Okay, so it's BITD format. Okay, so it's 270 bytes. That doesn't seem like much. So this is our... And the pitch is meant to be 18. The pitch is meant to be 18, and what's the rectangle? Initial rect, I think. So it's 9 by 15. We're literally just going to cut it up by hand because it is small enough to do so. So this crazy thing.
The most nutritious part of the corn is the lowest tip of the kernel, the most delicious part of the cob. And
getting right into the most delicious part of the cob here. Get rid of all this. As I say, the most delicious part of the cob can be found inside the hex editor. Now, if we were to believe the pitch, it would say stop after 18, which I think is here. Oh wait, am I missing a line? Oh wait, no, I screwed up my invocation of that. So it should be like 0 to 16. I guessed wrong. Oh god, alright. Okay, will be abandoned. 16, 0. Okay, just start again from the beginning. We can fix this. Oh, we're missing like the first line because I guessed what the other two arguments were, and it turned out that my guess was bad. Okay. Okay, and then it creates the bitmap cast member. Oh, except... Sorry. Alright. We're gonna have to... Because we don't have the flashlight, which means we can't get to the... Okay, hang on. Markers. No score markers found. Great, it's all dynamic. That's annoying. Oh, okay. Well, scrubbing ahead randomly loaded the right thing. That also works. Okay, so we get the resource. There we go. That's the first line that we need. Okay. Oh wait, no, it was the first line all along. The offset was weird. That's fine. Alright, so... So this is apparently the stride. Except it's going to be It's gonna be run length encoded, isn't it? God damn it. Alright, hold on. What was that stride again? Sorry, the pitch. The pitch is 18, which is times 2. Oh, okay. Could it be as stupid as that, like, the pitch is described in bytes as opposed to pixels? Would that solve all of our problems? I don't know why, like, certain graphics would be fine, but given that this is like a 9 pixel wide image, I can believe that. I can absolutely believe that. So, like, pitch. Okay. Okay, no, alright, so pitch is... Yeah, alright, so pitch is defined as number of bytes. I can see that. Okay, so creates a surface in the correct format. Resizes the palette. Then it tries to load the stream. Okay, yep. That all scans. Okay, the stream is exactly 270 bytes. So there's no compression. There's our problem. This looks super sus. Right. Okay. I understand. I get it now. Because we didn't... Because pixels is... Yeah, right. So pixels is one of those. Okay. Why did I think this would be easy to finish the stream with? This is a poor move. A real poor move. Okay, but pixels seems to be... it's treating it as bytes, and then it's and what do you call it, shifting them together. So that's not necessarily bad. It's literally just kind of copying okay, so it's copying all the bytes straight into this array. Okay, so then we're going all the way down to 288. Okay, maybe this math is a bit cooked. Okay. Then we have y times surface w plus 2 plus surface w plus... Oh my god, I don't know. You know what? I think I'm going to call it there, just because... Yeah, losing the capability to think and the capability to speak, which is probably a bad time to be trying to do kind of palette math, but by god, we're close. We've got mouse over working, we've got mouse interactions working, and god willing, we'll get 16-bit graphics working. We're gonna end the stream and raid out as soon as I can find where the raid button is. Oh, there it is. Okay, who's doing stuff on Twitch? Yeah, Jason Scott's archiving stuff, so let's just pop in and say hi. But yeah, also support the Internet Archive. A lot of the work that we do here would not be possible without the Internet Archive. I'll be back next week on Monday doing a DOS adventure game dev. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your evening. I will see you very soon. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye!